Rise from your grave.
Test your might. Test your might. Test your might. Test your might.
Can I get in here? I need to. Oh my god!
want. Pull the plug. I'm done. Do what you want. Pull the plug.
But I feel like none of this would even be possible without Lord Diaz. Because he gave me advice. He gave me advice even though he didn't have to, but he did, and I am so grateful for him.
The fate of the universe will be decided as it should be.
Immortal combat.
Ah, no fall, motherfucker.
What are you doing?
Me? Just hanging around.
I'm a simple man making his way through the galaxy, like my father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't.
Nutty as they come, people face down, and none from the waist down. It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down a one-way. In my lap, front back over train tracks. On yak and herb, niggas swerve, it gets on my nerves.
All I smoke is chronic, roll my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That and economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke, then you a failure, it's like your money. Start tripping, now I'm blue. Mega man, I can't win for losing cause I got too many haters, man. Used to be the paper boy, grew up now I'm Mega man. Player one,
Good
player two,
morning,
that's what players do. Up, down, left, right, hit on with the
everybody.
strongest attack. Yeah, I smoke the strongest pack. Tell me what is wrong with that. More coins in the laundromat. You can't help but honor that.
What's up?
Yeah, man, Mega man, more games in the Sega, man.
Ready
All I smoke is
for
chronic,
Addams
roll my
Family
coin,
Values?
Sonic from the hood, I speak Ebonics. That and economic, shorty, we can link like Zelda. Die broke, then you a failure. Stack your money up like Tetris. I don't know what else to tell you. Over here, everybody got a gun. My life is golden now. You wanna know why niggas die? Nigga, I just told you. I told the bitch we need to take a break cause she a space event.
Alright, let's check it out. Big return. Let's see where we left off in this save state. Journal. Got a key and a branch. Hope this playthrough goes well. Yeah, hope I know where to go or what to do without too much trouble. We'll see. This is the last place I was at. That guy's new. Oh, a graveyard? Yeah, this whole place is new, I guess. We crossed the bridge. Okay. So yeah, we're in the right place, I'm guessing. Oh, I'm almost dead, though that sucks. Okay, figuring out the buttons. Oh, should I go back for cookies, maybe? Maybe is grandma across the bridge? Uh-oh, shit. Uh-oh, man, look at that. How many hits do you have to do on that skeleton? Grandma? Man, this is still not where she is, right? Oh, shit. Well, fuck it. Let's see if, there's cookies in the graveyard. Oh, shit. Not this guy again. Get out of here. Oh, you son of a bitch. Game over. Oh, but they always let you continue, right? Never ending. I like the view from the bridge. Very Zelda, yeah. They did a cool 3D effect there. Next month is the Gooner's worst nightmare? The Gooners. What? Thanksgiving or something? You're heading the correct way towards... Oh yeah, going down. But I figured it was gonna take a while. They do let you continue with full health? Hopefully. Oh, okay, I'm right with the grandma. Well, what do you press, B or C button? Okay, Granny will make, oh, will you do that? She's mad right now. No cookies. November just means Gooners get all the nuts to themselves. I'm pressing on a hernia currently. Damn, that sounds bad. Says it feels nice, he likes it. Alright, Granny does now want to give us shit. I have a feeling it was this way. Oh wait. Oh damn. I think I have to do this again with the plant, maybe? Oh, what is okay. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's right. Granny loves to stiff you. Oh shit. Video. Whoops. Ika, what's up? Omega has a girlfriend? Okay. Massage your intestines in a U pattern. Wait, who has the hernia? Thought that was you, Bodilla. Sometimes you get constipated, but you can force it along. Bad news is everyone's dead. Good news is we're going to Dairy Queen.
The gun is good. The gun is good. The penis is evil.
Dairy Queen is okay, I guess. It's good, I guess. Yeah, I haven't been to one in forever. So they did send me back because this plant should be gone, I think. He wants his black rose. Give me the rose, ugly. Hey, thanks, doofus. Maybe Dairy Queen got better in the last 20 years. That was one of your more terminal mistakes, be seeing you around. Alright. Oh yeah, okay, he lets me go, whatever. He was blocking the way. Oh, strange guy. Oh, now these little annoying shits. Don't want to get hit at all by these things. Oh, you fucker. Alright, let me just get the hell away from them. Okay, we're just going straight to the graveyard. Yep, there we go. Dairy Queen got better in the last 20 years. I don't know, maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Oh, the bridge is out. I remember that. Holy shit. These enemies take forever, like the original Fester's quest. Does he die? What the fuck? This son of a bitch. What is going on? Oh shit. That window. It's one of those fucked up videos. Pain in the ass videos. Is this a bird fighting video, Goji? Two birds in a fight? Are they talking? Well, now I gotta adjust the video. Welcome to the 1990s. Pretty 1990s, yo. SNES guy? Was he famous or something? Oh, fuck. Did I really have to kill this guy last time? He takes 1,000 hits. That's insane. Shit. This can't be right. I dressed the same as that guy in high school. He grew up at the right time for that style. He also had a PS1 in his in his pocket. Holy shit. Well, I guess it was the 90s. The time for oversized pants. Jenko jeans and shit. Oh, this can't be right. What do you really have to do? Something's missing. What could I do? Get rid of this guy. Jinko jeans are big and have big pockets. Yeah, those are just too damn big. I used to think they're just too goofy looking, like, and also just walking around I think was uncomfortable with those big ass pants. Juggalo shorts. Warning, this bridge is home to Ivel the Unbeatable. Shit. But I gotta cross somehow. Or did I take a different path? Oh shit, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to go. Holy shit. I think there's a path to the right. Check this. How useful is this thing? Naka's jaws unleashed physically. Oh, for Xbox. Okay, shit. It's gotta look better than the PS2, right? Or it's like the same. Let's see. This is probably closed off. Yeah. Yeah, I downloaded that game. It looks alright. Thought it might be fun actually, so I don't know if it got bad reviews or what. Oh, health. Oh yeah, I remember this. This whole place was kinda empty, I think. Or is it? It looks cool. But it does look kinda empty. So there's a stronger lightning, I think, right? There's a blue one. I remember it being longer, more powerful, I guess. Oh wait, the red one was the most powerful. Where am I? Oh shit. What? Oh my god, it's just short enough to miss. I haven't seen him throw the PS1 in there until now. The 90s guy. That's crazy, he has an entire PS1 in his pockets. is where it was. Oh, exploding bats. No, you motherfucker. Damn it. I guess they're at different heights, so it's gonna be a bitch hitting these guys. Is that an authentic Barface 9000 piece on screen? Oh, actually I did that one, the octopus. Yeah, I did that one. Try to match his style. Yeah, I did it for him. I think he either subbed or somebody gift subbed him. I think he just got the sub himself. That's what I was gonna say, imitating his work. Yeah, I was looking at a lot of his stuff in the art share. I was like, okay, I'm starting to see some things he likes to draw. Some of his little, what do you call it, like his style popping up a lot. Drobia, Guardian of the Graveyard. Oh shit. Giant spider boss. That's pretty good, thanks. Yeah. I was wondering what to draw too. I kept thinking what type of animal or character. No, damn. This game's pretty tough. If his own brother's wondering, you must have got it right. Oh man, I didn't know. You're saying you're his brother? How come nobody told me that? Or are you just close like brothers? Okay, yeah, holy shit, nobody ever said that. Who was it that, I think it was George from Peru. He's the one that brought up you guys one time. And I was like, no, I don't know them. He was asking me if I knew you guys. I was like, no. But yeah, he said that you guys were friends, I think. So that's funny. Even he didn't know, or he was just messing with me or some shit. Oh, they're good friends. And this game's pretty gigantic, like a real Zelda game. No idea where to go. Just too bad they send you pretty far back, I think. I feel like they punish your ass for dying. Should I go back or what? Is there another path? Oh, I'll tell you a tale of 9 lives. Ian, who's buried in this mausoleum. Turnbull was his second name. Ian Turnbull. And a life of crime was his game. 9 times he had close shaves, but the 10th one put him in this grave. So ye folk who read this carving, even if you are cold and starving, don't use crime to get you by. Curious? I'll tell you why. Luck comes in fits and bouts, and one day it will run out. Shit. Am I gonna have to remember this shit? The grave of Benny Blue, who stole many pots of glue, many close shaves, he nearly had a lot of shaving going on. But Benny was a naughty lad, his erroneous way he did not mend, and thus came to a sticky end. Okay, I guess these are just a bunch of jokey graves. Shit. There's a bunch of them, holy crap. Unknown, okay. Some of them are just gonna be unknown. In this grave lies young Fred Jones, once had flesh, now just bones. Under here lies old Rab Walker, who had a name for being a talker, until one day he swallowed a moth and choked and coughed and coughed. He didn't take well to this change of diet, how Lady Luck favors the quiet. Phil Trelford, this is his grave. He cut himself while having a shave. Another shave? Mention of shaving. Silly fool didn't know first aid. Now looky here at the price he paid. Damn, they're all over the game. Shit. Unknown, okay. They're not gonna make 100 poems, are they? John May got sick one day. The next day he seemed okay. Third day in he looked quite ill. It was this day he wrote his will. And good job too, is what I say. For on the next morn he passed away. Where's he now, I see you wonder? He's beneath your feet, 6 feet under. And that's a lot of dead people? Yeah. But this is pretty nice, having like their own spots, far away from each other. It's a pretty nice graveyard, I would say. John Hackleton, what a cad. Some would say he was quite sad. That is why he passed away, or rumor has it anyway. The spider, right? Okay. No clue what to do. The spider looks like it's missing an eye. Maybe that has something to do with it. Down and to the right. Oh no. No, no. Wait. Oh, fuck. Wrong button. Shit. Dead. Give me some health, you motherfucker. Oh shit. Damn. It's tough. Oh, hey, McCurr. If you read the manual to Jaws Unleashed, it says it takes place 30 years in the future after the first movie. Oh, okay. Around the time it came out. Sounds like. That means it's canon. What about part 2, 3? Was there a 4th? Are those actually canon, or Steven Spielberg would say, hell no, all that shit was fucking lame. Wait, am I going the right way? Oh yeah, I gotta do this shit again. What mountain do you and Barf usually snowboard on? We look up the wildlife. The dangerous ptarmigans. What kind of dinosaurs they got? Snow basin and the mountain, Mount Ogden Resort. There's a snowboarding trip coming up soon. Oh no, get away. Oh fuck. Bam, changed direction for no reason. Alright. Feel like I checked out everything on the right. Looks weird on the left. Like that box is not connected. I'm confused what this game wants to be. It's sort of like Zelda, we're guessing. That's what video was saying. It's pretty much like a Zelda clone. But damn. It's pretty tough right now, not having that much health. And these enemies are a pain in the ass. Plus they don't They don't give you much health. No matter how many you kill, you probably get one back after like 50. There we go, got one. Is this a new area? No, this can't be. According to Google, you have blue grouse and ruffed grouse there. The ones that follow. The ones that tap their little feet when they follow you. How did I get up there? Could have sworn I was across this place. No? It's true, I walked up on them before. Oh, they startle you because they don't fly away until you're close. Did you see any with orange eyebrows? The cool ones? Alright, why does it show it on the map that I could go up higher? Wait, what the fuck? I thought I went through this side too. I don't think so. We hit a quail. Quail that up there too. This can't be right. Well, get a lot of quail. Why is Barf scared of them? All the videos you show of those birds attacking, they're pretty scary. Oh, this is
I'm back, baby.
He is. He sounds like he's scared. He's scared, man. Damn, I hate how his attack is dependent on what side he's facing. And this is what his unkillable guy is, okay. Alright, got some more health. Barf hates snakes. Oh yeah, I heard about that. He had one in his garden, his backyard or something. Gotta get to the left from here. Somehow, some way. Here we go. Damn it, keep pressing the wrong button. Oh shit, what is that? Oh. Wait, are those like the cookies? Oh, I got my blue laser. Awesome. Oh shit. There you go. So I got a skull key, greenhouse key. Oh, I just found that greenhouse key, never used it. More health? No. So blue is the strongest. Shit. Oh yeah, the red is the shortest one. Shit. God damn it. Only 3 health for now. How many keys? Well, it looks like you could fit maybe 8 in these squares. Yeah, like 2 rows of 4. And there's 206 bones in the human body. Somebody probably wants 207. Oh, motherfucker. Sneaky shit. Damn. Do not want to get hit. Not even once. Well, you got the blue. Blue zapper. Oh no, you motherfucker, no. Shit. Oh man, music got cooler. Oh, no way, you can't kill this thing? What? Just an annoying trap. Nope. Oh, cave. Oh, wait. Fester needs a better attack. It's an awkward weapon. This is what? It's the Immortal Branch? You know about this game, Maker? Does the map say that? Forest and swamps. Alright. Swamp. That's the key, right? Swamp key? Greenhouse. Totally different.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagobus lagobus.
No, shit. Damn. Maybe one split second. Shit, is this just a dead end? Nothing to do here. What's this weird tree with a face? No stairs. Whoa, that was a crazy trip. My plant friend. Hello, handsome. If you could help us poor starving plants by grabbing some of the food from the greenhouse, I'll make it worth your while. Feed me. No, I have nothing to give you. Then get some food or I will not budge an inch. Damn it. Oh no, that's not. Why did the music turn into Metal Gear? I don't know. Sounds cool though. Oh, ads are on. Damn. Okay, this is the right way, right? No. How am I still in the same spot? Whoa. Oh no. Feed me. No. Then get some food. Oh, not budge. Shit. Freaking greenhouse, whatever the hell. Has to be it. Shit. Now where the hell am I? What? What was that? Fuck. What's that noise? Oh, fucking hell. Oh no. Oh, cousin Ed? No, I don't think so. Only Gomez, Morticia, Grandma. This map is kind of bullshit. I'm in the same spot no matter how many times I move to a different screen. Granny's the only provider for cookies, and to your luck she hardly replenishes them. That is unless you did a major progressive event. Okay, that seems like what was happening. Events in the game, which it takes time to do. Luckily there's a way you can refill them without you going insane. Find Cousin It in the eastern swamps and use his password to save your game. Each time you load your game using this password, you can always go back to Granny and she'll... Oh, okay. Damn, what a weird way to make that password important. Yeah, that's messed up. I hope they tell you in the game that's how you do that. Cousin It, he should tell you, hey, now you can go back to Granny and get some more cookies. Oh man, where was it that I saw the letter A? Couldn't I go there? Shit. Is the letter A for an extra health, like maximum health? Oh man, man, oh shit. I got something, what was that? Damn, so many fucking enemies they throw at you. Shit. The most annoying ones that can fly too. Do you really have to enter the password, or is it just saved already? So the eastern swamp, and I gotta find the greenhouse. Well, the greenhouse most importantly, I guess. But it seemed like all a dead end in the east. Shit. Oh, goddamn, where am I going? Is that a little... Oh, that's one of those hands hiding there. Yes, you would have to enter the password Cousin Nick gives you. Oh, okay. Well, I guess if you had this game back in the day, yeah, passwords were pretty normal. Writing them down and everything. And you took away all my power. Oh man, what the hell? Now I feel extra lost. How do I go back to where I started? I hate how they hide some of the exits. Oh shit, like that. The trees, they take up too much space. Makes it more confusing looking. Man, look at that. When you're facing down, it looks like you can't reach at all. Oh man, shit. What was this sign? Oh shit, greenhouse. What? Gosh. I didn't even see this way to go. I guess eventually you will find everything. Oh, I gotta actually have the key set. Okay. Oh, and use it with B. Oh wait, what the hell? That's the wrong one. Whoops. There we go. Is this guy an enemy? Oh, there's a letter A. Oh no, it talks. Yo, Baldy, yes you. Get me out of here, I'm freezing. Get me somewhere warm and I'll give you something. Go on, Tubby, will you help me? Give him plant food like all the others. Alright then, follow me. I'll find someplace warm. Nice one, fat boy. Now take me just east of here to the tropical plant room. Head up and use your new greenhouse key to open up the place. And do these hurt me or something? Or they're just blocking? Nope, nothing. You'll quickly meet plant features. Just agree to help them in this room. Take the right path and go through the door above. The right path leads you to a few A-balls if you need them. As you wish, then take the left path to go up again. So go to the right, you said? Right path leads you to, okay. Oh, right here. Oh. In the third room. In the third room, follow the path to your left. Damn, nobody giving health. The hell? I think I already screwed it up. From the first place that I started, it didn't seem like there was a path to go right. Take the right. Yeah, where I met the talking plant. Tried going right, and then it just looked like I could only go back up. I didn't see the A balls. Wait, does the book show me anything? I think it does, right? Oh, due to character limits, I can only post a little bit at a time. If you get lost, perhaps go back to the beginning and follow the guide again. Oh shit, the book doesn't show me anything. Yeah, I didn't. Where I met this guy, I didn't go right exactly. This is where I came from. Yeah, this is the room I met this guy. Let's see, did I miss something? What is the thing following you around? I think it's a talking plant. Looks like a football player. Oh damn, there's a letter A. It seems like everything's black, unless like a break some of these. That's the only letter A I see so far. Damn. No. Sorry, but I can't leave the greenhouse. It's too cold out there. Besides, I thought you were going to help me. Sorry, maybe later, eh? Bye. So yeah, I entered, met this guy. Let's see if I could make sense of it again from the start. Use the greenhouse key. You meet the plant, agree to help, take the right, and go through the door above. Okay, so yeah, there's only one path going straight up. Next room is important as the right path leads you to a few A balls. The right path? The third room, go left. Oh no, these guys are tough. But I gotta go through all that to get those A balls. Holy crap. Oh no, shit. Oh no. Where do they send me? All the way back to Granny? I feel like entering the greenhouse should be good enough. To start there, okay. Well, back to this. One health though, that sucks. One skull. perspective of that, attacking from up, looks like you're not gonna hit anything without getting killed. Can't believe it. It is almost like I killed 50 enemies and nobody has anything. No health for me. I feel like this game was made with the Addams Family cartoon in mind, and they changed it to the movie Addams Family Values during development. Oh, okay, the cartoon came out right after the first movie. But yeah, it probably was intended as the cartoon based. One reason is Fester is brown. Yeah, I know the Genesis could do more colors, and we see everybody else wearing black, referred to as fat. Yeah, I didn't think Christopher Lloyd. I didn't think he was that fat or intended to look fat at all. Oh my god, 3 hits. God. Through the door, man. Sorry, Plant Features. That's really his name? Plant Features? It's locked. Locked. What do you mean, locked? Well, hang on, maybe this old key I found will do the job. Oh shit, pumpkins. Yeah, I thought you made a typo or something. I was like, that can't be right. What kind of name is it's Plant Features? I looked on YouTube. Oh, I missed that. I looked on YouTube today, YouTube movies today, and a few movies are free with ads. Oh yeah, they got a bunch. A bunch of the ones that I put in the Discord too. And Ernest Scared Stupid is there. It was probably a placeholder name for the game devs that they forget. Yeah, it's too weird a name. Like, they must have screwed up. Oh shit, this pumpkin's scary. Takes away more hits than any other character. And this room is full of pumpkins. Oh shit. New enemy. Oh no, fuck. What? Oh fuck, no. What the hell? God damn it. This feels like... Oh, there's the key, the bone key. The bone spoon. Alright, I think I found a good spot. Yeah, their walking pattern, floating pattern, it's just a bunch of random shit. Holy crap. Wait, these are two separate ways to go here? Damn. It's a new room. Oh, what the? Oh, I missed a lot. It is probably a placeholder. I have heard the Genesis version here is a PAL exclusive. I don't know if that is true, but if it is true, that explains why Fester is a thick boy. And this compared to the SNES. From the Bone Spoon room, I'll post the rest of the guide. Let's see. Exit, head down, and enter yet another path. Follow the straight path till you come to another big room. Here, take the right path. Damn, I don't really get that. Exit the bone, head down, and enter another room. I did go down, but to the left, because there's two different paths coming from the same side, so that gets kind of confusing. Do they mean this room? This has some crazy stairs. No, shit. Oh my god, fucking no. Alright. Oh no. Not a good spot to be. Holy shit. Holy crap. Were the stairs mentioned? Let's see, come to the big room, take the right path, be careful with the enemies, keep heading down until you see a room containing a green key and a pumpkin. Pick up these, backtrack all the way to the room before you collect the bones. Before I collect the bone spoon? When you get to this room, follow the south path. Next room, head down and then turn right. Damn, it's sounds confusing now. Is that a pass? Shit. Can these actually die? Man, why does everything take so many hits? Oh shit, thank God. What do you do when the dookie won't come out? I thought you massage the hernia. The fight, is that another? Oh, boss plants? Boss plant features second official boss. The weakest spots, as you guessed, are their heads. If you stay far from them, their main attack will be shooting bush balls at you. Suggest you step forward as soon as the battle begins, so you can start zapping them. If you stay close, they'll start to use their heads to knock you around. So move aside when they try and be careful. Fight isn't difficult. After you fry them, they'll begin to explode and you'll receive another skull on your meter. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I feel like I made some progress here, but I missed out on all those A balls. Oh shit. Goddamn, pumpkins right in your face. Oh no, fuck. Oh! Damn. It's like they get smart and surround you. Back here. So the east swamp. Damn. Am I in the east? I mean the west swamp or something? I don't even know. Oh, damn, this part doesn't have a map. Oh yeah, maybe I should check out the right area. Even if it does have a bunch of pumpkins there. Damn it. Shit, one wrong move. Off to a bad start. Going to the dangerous pumpkin room. Hey, Yosh. What's up, Yosh? Oh, fuck. Damn. Oh my god. Fucking just bombard your ass. Jesus. Oof. Alright. It's gonna be a bitch.
Oh!
That was a good clip. Was that a Marvel game? I couldn't tell right now. Mac is back. Captain America? Oh, just a straight up Captain America game? Okay.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Lagopus lagopus. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Now, oh shit. Yeah, there's the A's. What are they good for actually? Are they really health? Oh, okay, they are. Well, that's better than nothing. That's all this was. Got my green lightning. And now I'm gonna lose it. Wait, what? Oh. Oh no. Dead end. Alright. Damn it. Get your ass over here. So yeah, pretty much seems like there's only A few ways to go. And there's the door.
What are you doing?
If only I had the blue lightning.
What are you doing?
Oh
Me?
shit, this annoying ass enemy.
Just hanging around.
So these guys inside the greenhouse never give you anything? No health? And enemies outside will occasionally give you something. Bone spoon. Should be able to fit right there. Nope. Oh, dang it. Damn, why do they have the most annoying patterns? Every enemy does some dumb shit. This one, it seems like you gotta walk away for it to wake up again. Or charge it, I don't know. Can't tell. Can't fit there. Should hit him right there, but nope. I shouldn't even waste my time killing that one. Oh man. Oh no. Fuck. God damn. Oh shit. All of a sudden they get smart. Starts surrounding you right there. Making progress. No more A-balls. Oh no, fuck. Damn it. the fuck? Oh no. Oh, you piece of shit. Now I'm fucked. I can't do anything. This thing does not wake up if I'm next to it. What the fuck? Man, they really made this that tough. Holy crap, man. You really gotta hold on to your cookies and whatever else you can. For you. Shit, I feel like I should try to collect health outside. Oh my gosh, a million of these. And yet, none of them give you anything. Holy crap. They're gone. Wait, what is this? A well? What the hell? This might be something useful. For one, I give many. For one. Probably a coin. Oh no, damn it. Jesus, everything gets to hide under these trees. Damn, man. Freaking insane. Man, having that blue lightning would be so much better. MLG 420, blaze it. How do I get this one? Should be able to break one of these damn pots. Some stairs. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that there's no point in killing these. But I will have to kill these, I think. No way to run around them. Oh, you sneaky fuck. What a cheap piece of shit hit. Oh man. Back to green lightning. That was a waste. Big ol' waste of time. Mushrooms have eyes like Mario mushrooms. The Goombas? Are they actually mushrooms? I think Goombas are just weird mushroom-shaped creatures. Alright, where the... Oh yeah. The colitis burns. Nomenclature just means the mushrooms, they have eyes. Yeah, I see them, but like Mario mushrooms? Unless he's talking about toadstools or whatever. He has eyes. Oh damn, ads again. Oh no! What? Damn it. Oh well. Still got the green. 9 ads. God damn. And it's a Black Ops 6. My favorite game. This was the dead end, right? Why couldn't they place more health here? Damn you. This is where I came from? Everything's looking the same to me now. Alright, here we go. Got Dragon Age. Should have stopped at 2. Oh. Black Ops 2, Dragon Age, Adam and Eve, Tyson Chicken Nuggets. Oh, they actually gave me health. What? That was a miracle. Now to try and not lose that. Wake up, fucker. Oh, what's going on now? They started giving me health inside the greenhouse. Back-to-back health. Sounds insane. Back? Alright. Yeah, they just gave me 2 pieces of health now, out of nowhere. After killing 100.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Lagopus. Yeah, Fester's definitely lost. I feel like they really wanted this to be as difficult as the NES Fester game. That was their mission. But it's still probably not as bad. Imagine the soundtrack with the sound font from Rugrats. I could picture that Halloween episode of Rugrats. They probably copied it. Probably did something just like it. Oh, this part sucks. Oh man. What the? Oof, oh hell yes. And they're finally giving me some health. Like that idea. Oh, what the hell? Man, I was not paying attention to that pumpkin. Alright, plants. Oof. Oh, what is that? Oh, is that the pumpkin? Come on, I can't feel my roots no more. I've got frostbite. It's all your fault. I don't know how long I can hold out. Everything's going dark. Mother? Mother, is that you? I'm slipping away. I'm a goner. Any second now, unless I can get to the warmth. Yes, mother, I'll be with you soon. Pumpkin. I now have a pumpkin. And okay, I forgot already what the pumpkin and this green key. After all those instructions, what else? I do remember a locked door, or at least, I don't know, it looked like on the opposite side of the door this guy opened. Is everyone dead, actually? So now it's just backtracking all the way. Green door and a pumpkin. I thought this was a door, but nope. Pumpkin, what the hell are you good for? I think you have to backtrack to the room before the bone spoon. Okay, yeah. It seemed like there was a door on the opposite side. It's looking like everyone's dead. So that's good. Giving me a break after all that bullshit. Yeah, and the opposite. Oh, wait. Wait, what the hell? What is this room? What the hell? Did I just go in a circle? I think you have to backtrack. Holy shit. This is weird. Thought I was going the right way, then did a complete loop. I think it's just all the crazy background graphics. upstairs. Alright, we're back. Close to that bone room. Bone spoon. And exit down there. Yeah, how big is this greenhouse? It's bigger than the Addams family mansion. Oh, these enemies came back. Okay, so this is the door he opened, and I think it looks the same on the opposite side. Right here, could be. Yes, it is. Yeah, warmth, and it's all mine. Hey, thanks. Now I'm off, Lardball. They all insult him once they get what they want. Quick after that plant. Did those instructions say what the pumpkin was for? Now they're back to not giving me anything. Just a still picture. Right or down? Oh no, fuck no. Do not hit me, you little shits. Those are stock sound effects of Lagopus. Oh no. Damn you. Oh no, you sons of bitches. Damn. What the? What is that? Oh, that weirdo plant. Well, if it's not the fool who gave me the black rose, I would say I'm grateful, but being indescribably evil and you just happening to be good in the way of my twisted plans, I'm afraid I'm going to have to hurt you. I'm sure you can see my dilemma. Don't worry, I'd do the same if I were an evil, lying, cheating, overgrown, slime-covered eyeball. Oh no, is he really an enemy? You gotta attack? Damn. I need to get with Ika Bots about sending some photos of the grouse that he sees while snowboarding. Yeah, ask him to take some grouse pics. Oh my god, what the hell? Now it's doing weirder moves. And yeah, it takes way more hits now. The eyeball wasn't the boss, right? Sounded like the boss was gonna be big, crazy ass thing. Damn you. Holy crap, this... Whoa, the fuck? Oh no, shit. You throw me into the worst place. Today the tropical house, tomorrow the world. The sun will never set on the empire of my seedlings. This plant food will make me the strongest, toughest plant that ever lived. Glug glug glug. Damn. It's gonna be pretty tough, I think. Now my unwitting accomplice, it seems only you stand between me and my twisted plans of global conquest. Well, shit. Oh, damn, it's like kind of the same. Oh, god damn. Nope, you son of a bitch. Man, that is pretty tough. Don't tell me they start me all over. Just with 2 health instead. That's a lot of shit you gotta do. I don't know. Doesn't seem right. Yep, I don't have anything. Yeah, I'm gonna rewind it. Hopefully I can rewind all the way back. Oh man, but I should walk to that other path, see what the hell they got over there. Oh man. Wait, what? It's a lot of rewinding. Holy crap. I didn't realize it was all this. Let me get out of the boss room at least. Damn, this game demands a lot from you. Jesus Christ. Oh man, the dialogue too. Damn, I don't know what's different now about this game. Seems like usually the rewind doesn't let you go this far. And RetroArch. This is a pretty exaggerated rewind. Oh well. Looks like we're doing it. Getting the hell out. I wonder if I could kill that eyeball character. Does he have a special item? Man, if they just made this game a little bit easier and not force you to start so far back, this would have been pretty great. Maybe give you a different weapon. Anyone doing a Halloween thing? No? Not really. Let me see, before... What was it that hit me? Oh, those plants in that room. That's how I lost all this health. Are you doing anything, Godilla? I didn't know Rewind could go this far back. This is pretty crazy. Going to wear a Chemical Romance shirt and jeans or something. That sounds good. Yeah, I think this game being just a smidge easier could make it really fun. Still think it is really cool. Yeah, it's like the game designers made the difficulty way too extreme. I did see a walkthrough, I think, that was super short, so maybe that's why. Like a person that knows what they're doing in this game, they could beat it pretty quickly and easily. Alright, I'm just gonna skip them. I like the emo ladies. Them and goth chicks. Not really. They're the same thing. Goth thing kind of stopped being a thing after Canadian. That Canadian chick. Who? Alright, eyeball. Gonna try to kill you now. Oh no. Alright. Aw, shit. That's it. What's even the point of killing that guy? Another waste of time. I have no idea who you... Yeah, I don't know. A Canadian goth girl. Who? Don't worry about it. Alright. Time to explore the right side.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Damn, I really probably should have taken this route first. Yeah, I think this leads to that extra A. Yep, there it is. Well, guess I don't have to kill them all down. Yeah, I do. And we got full health. take it away. Ptarmigan, worry about that. These bastards don't want to give you a break at all. Couldn't they give me like a new weapon every level, like Zelda does? That would have made this so much cooler. This is the boss. Just walk through the pillars. Zoop. Yep. Glug. Conquest. Hell no. Fuck these green balls. Oof. Oh, can they not reach the bottom? Oh, fucking hell. I thought they moved their heads around more. Oh, damn, it's like I pushed him back. Alright. Oh no, it got me. Oh, that's cool. You can just stop him right there. There we go. That's nice. They made a little pattern for you to just fuck them up. Excellent. 4 skulls. I now have a bottle of Dr. Jibe's plant food. Okay. To give to those bastards outside. Why would I trust even more plants after all that? I'll grab Dr. Jibe's plant food and step on the warp portal, head south, go back to the first garden. Speak to Granny, give her the bone spoon, meet her again at the greenhouse. Find her to obtain the crusty cookies. Head south to leave the greenhouse area and head left to enter the forest. So, yeah. All the way to Granny. Shouldn't this lightning be even better with more health? Let's see if I remember how to even get there. Oh yeah, this weird path. No shit. Goddamn. Down here I think was a waste. Oh wait, did you put more? Oh, no, that's it. Let's see how to get back. I guess I'm going to the right. Forests and swamps. Nope, I can't do that. Not from there. Oh, proceed all the way left. Areas pack the enemies while ignoring the entrance. Talk to the feed me bush at the end. Okay, the one in front of the cave. Damn, okay, there's a lot going on. I'm gonna try to get to that one plant. I guess was he here? Oh, that little guy got me. Damn it. Oh yeah, there's one right here blocking the bridge. And then some other one. Hello, handsome. You could help us support starting plans by grabbing some of the... Okay, yeah. Feed me. Here, you overgrown weed. Eat this and get out of my way. Gee, thanks. I'll move now. So did I just waste all the plant food? Oh no, I still got it. Oh shit. Man. Holy crap. I don't know if I want to go that way. Damn, man, they really did a lot with the enemies in this game. I'm gonna see, what about the other plants? Was he over here? Oh, is that it? Oh, there he is. shit. Damn. Oh, fuck. This guy's... It's Centipede, yeah. Freaking insane. Crazy long centipede going super fast. Here, you overgrown weed. Get out, get out. Oh, what was that? You can smell it before you can see it. The swamp paradise. Wait, so is this the right way? Let's see. Maybe now I can scroll back, see what you said, video. Jibes, platform, step on. Damn. Should I have gone to Granny first? Find her crusty cookies. Proceed all the way left. Enemies. At the end, offer some plant juice and turkey. You'll emerge at the western swamps. Oh, okay. Western swamps. Walk left, turn. Did they say what the crusty cookies are for? Or are they the same cookies? They just give you a little health. Bush and western. Quickly turn north. You'll see opening. Head to the bridge. At the other side, you'll reach the northern forest. Head north, and you'll see some staircases. They'll take you to the deserts. Cousin It is in the swamp. Oh, in the western swamp. Skunk Ape. Oh, they're better cookies. All right. Yeah, I don't remember her saying the originals were trusty. Oh, the eastern swamp. Okay, shit. Even more enemies. I wonder if you actually fall. Oh no. Uh-oh, this place looks terrible. Hate these guys. Are we underground? Whoa. Desert. Black beetle cookies, the first and most important cookies you find. They okay, they'll refill all your skulls in no time. Krusty, eat one of these and you'll be invincible. Oh, okay. Should be used only when facing your boss, or if you're in an area taking damage is inevitable. Crumble cookies, eating these cookies will cause the ground to shake, damaging all nearby enemies. And damage they equal to your somewhat weak green lightning. Dragon Belch, these are very powerful and should be used only to damage a boss. Oh, that sounds cool. They equal approximately 12 blue bolts at once. Oh shit. Conserve these whenever. Yeah, that sounds like the ultimate weapon. Am I in the right area? In the desert? No, yeah, what's the map say? Anything? Deserts. Okay. Oh, this thing is just a regular enemy now. Oh shit. Never seen him do that. Really sucks that you lose your blue lightning even with when you have 4 health. If it's 3 and 1 red skull, you still lose it. This shit doesn't make sense. That's not right. Look at how fast these guys go. Damn. You're gonna be a real pain in the ass. I don't think you are in the correct area. I think you need to see Granny. In the beginning, get the cookies, cross the bridge with Centipede, using the Krusty. Oh. With the green centipede. Damn. Yeah, cause that thing was going too fast, I think. Help me, Fweep. Cough, cough. Cause I'm a poor little Fweep who has lost his voice. Cough, cough. Shut up. Damn, Fester, what the hell? Fweep, I'm so sad. Cough. I said shut up. So pathetically weak and helpless. Alright, this conversation's gonna keep on going. Unless you want to be pathetically weaker, I would shut up. I've lost my voice. Okay. Back and forth. I'm so upset for you. Anyway, if you have lost your voice, how come you are talking to me? Do you think this loathsome croak is my voice? We weeps have loud, grating foghorns of voices. Cough. Please help me find my voice. No. I guess Fester doesn't trust anybody after all that plant shit. I can give you a gift. Cough, cough. Rattle, rattle. Did I miss anything in the chat? Oh. Yeah, it seems like maybe it's open-ended. You can probably go either way. Because now this guy's gonna give me some other mission. What's that? Another one of my noises. Cough, a rattle. I guess that. Let me see. Only if you promise to be nice with it. Cough, respect it as someone else's property. No, give me the rattle. It's baby Pubert's rattle. You can tell by the razor wire on the handle. Where did you get this? I found it near the mansion. Looking for the brat the rattle belongs to. How do I get near to the mansion? He doesn't know about his own mansion. Weep, cough, cough. Weep, whoop. There is only one way into the mansion, and that's by cough, cough, cough. Mansion Express. The station is just west of here, but you don't want to go there. Yes, I do. I'll tell you what. Help me find the brat, and I'll help you find your voice. But on one condition. That you stop being a toadying, whining, pathetic wretch. Yes, sir, Mr. Fester. Sir, anything you say. Cough, cough, cough. Good, I'm glad we understand each other. I will search over this way and, you can search over there. Do you think it is a good idea that we cough, cough, cough split up? Oh yes, for the sake of my sanity and your health, I think it is a very good idea. Let's meet up later near the entrance to the Transmansion Express. I now have a skull rattle. Hello again, I can't stop around. Think I'm onto a lead. Is that everything in this place? lightning back, you motherfucker. Holy shit. Ah. Damn it. Those are not the best enemies to attack. Bunch of fast-moving a-holes. This can be confusing and tough, but the discovery is pretty fun when you learn how to get somewhere new. Yeah, I like that it is kind of open-ended, it seems. I don't think you have to do everything in a certain order. The ads are on, starting soon. Alright. Man, okay. There's a lot going on here. Whoa, what the fuck is this? Holy shit. Hey, stay back. Burp. I got terrible indigestion. Burp. This guy I swallowed about an hour ago, Bird, was carrying a weird black cube. Where he went down a treat, but Burp, the cube thing just sits inside me, Burp, and will not budge, Burp. Cube thing. Can't attack his ass. Another weirdo enemy. Stay back, stay back. The Sega Genesis music is why I prefer this version over the SNES. Oh no. You know, accidentally press that and get out of here. Oh, so the map, when there's a long line, I guess that's a bridge. This is not the centipede. Alright, just these guys. Oh shit, what the fuck? Damn. Did not expect that. Oh, what is he indestructible to? Okay. Wait, what the hell was that? enemies back. That's... what was that thing? Weapons. When did I get this? Was that what I grabbed? Back. This enemy just left a rock, I guess. So I got a new type of weapon. Small rocks. Why does that look like a pill? There's some glass tube. Oh damn it. Probably could only use it once, right? I don't know if I want to keep using that. Finite, you don't know if it's finite or unlimited. Yeah, I don't want to throw it away, but I guess I can just go ahead and experiment, see if it wastes, and rewind it if it does. Oh, it does. You could fill up that glass tube. Okay. Yeah, don't want to really waste it, I don't think. Small rocks, you can collect them whenever you kill a stone type monster. Oh, hey, barf. Return of the Mac. Whenever you kill a stone type, they seem pretty useless and don't cause too much damage to normal enemies. They travel the entire screen. Oh, damn, that's pretty cool. The whole screen. Oh, thanks for that, doing that shout out video. Alright, so... whoa, what's this? Barf watching some music video. Ooh. Loud butt flip. These guys, they're kinda scary and tough. When they do that move, that shit freaks me out. No! Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, there you go, more rocks. Do they ever give you health? By some chance? Probably a good idea to throw. Oh, hey, Umbrin too. What's up, Umbrin? Scared, man? Yep, it's a scary game.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Snow Basin has blue grouse. We're learning what kind of birds they got up on that mountain. Yeah, I should probably throw a rock at least now. See if this guy gives me health. Oh shit, wrong button. Oh man. Damn. Now I just want to kill him. So easy to miss, though. That sucks. Bam, nothing. This is why you want to get that. Those cookies or whatever. Oh shit, Uni. What's up, Uni? My precious. Got my founder's badge. Oh. Oh yeah. Founder. You don't have Lagopus Muta or Lagopus Scotia? In the UK, the red grouse is called a morca.
Who's left?
Who's this tall guy?
There's one in front of him too.
Can I drop him? I just need to harass as much as I can.
Morning, everyone.
Alright.
Morning, Uni, and everyone else. Yeah, I guess it is a good idea to talk to the granny. Oh shit, look at this. The proprietor of this dingy little shop appears to be a gargoyle. Just wanna buy some marbles? I got money in this game? Are they dangerous? Only in the wrong hands. I'll take all you have. How much? 1 small stone per marble. Still interested. I'll take those rocks and you take these fine handcrafted marbles. Call again soon.
Well, I don't do my iconic victory dance for nothing. Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for nothing. Ew, ew, ew. Okay, I guess I can do one more for nothing. Ew, ew, ew.
Guess the rocks are...
Well, I don't do my iconic victory dance for nothing. Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for nothing. Ew, ew, ew. Okay, I guess I can do one more for nothing. Ew, ew, ew. Well, I don't do my iconic victory dance for nothing. Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for nothing. Ew, ew, ew. Okay, I guess I can do one more for nothing. Ew, ew, ew.
We need Uni clips in the FG game. I mean FG costume. Androgapus obscurus is the bird barf we'll encounter. What's the FG costume? I fell asleep super early and woke up at 2 a.m. Whoops, double barf. Wait, what is this? Let's see now. What's the...
Bitch!
Oh, cheeseburgers here?
Oh my god! Let's go!
Oh my, I was tucked during Army of Darkness. Also, I crashed right after. Oh, that was you redeeming the video. Oh, okay. I was scrolling back the chat. Let's see. Yeah, what's an FG costume? Is it some kind of weird Gundam? Yeah, I can't think of what FG is. A fucked grade Gunpla. That was a good game of Unite. When you accidentally break a part that's important to the Gunpla by accidentally snipping it off. such, such a loser. So the artwork for the crow. You have so many characters now, they're not gonna fit around. They'll fit. They're probably gonna only start just showing parts of their faces. I'll squeeze them in there. Yeah, I need a Umbran crow now. This shit is the worst. Yeah. The Street Fighter movie. Almost did it. Bison. Chun. Chunky. Damn Chunky, calling him small. Chunky. Chun-Li's new name, Chunky. Fall Guys, Kylie Minogue in this movie is covered in excessive lube for no reason. Was she? Happy Tuesday, cheeseburger. Another Street Fighter clip. Let's see, make sure that... Is this a weird video? That guy died? I don't even know who that was. He sounded devastated because of all that ass. Like broke his heart or something. Just seeing that double cheeked up ass. How did he die? Did he have a heart attack from seeing an ass so cheeked up?
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Barf, devastated by ass, lack of ass. That ass can break a man's heart. I know from experience. I've missed these AM streams. Yeah, it's been a while. A little while. Have you tried squatting? That's how the pros do it. Oh shit, what the? Dang. Put me right in front of that. He drowned after more than likely suffering a lethal heart attack. Huh. His level looks like milk does. Even better for Halloween. The Addams family and a bunch of milk duds. Wait, that's where I went? Damn. Now where do I go, really? Pretty lost. Is that a redeem? Doing squats? I will write meow before I go to work. So, bam. There's a bridge up here. So many ways to go. Twist and turn was that? Ptarmigan music? Ptarmigan looking for love? Yeah, it's pretty good music. They did a good job. Oh no, it's bastard. Damn. Oof. Risky fighting them, especially with low-level lightning. It's cheap lightning. Oh my god, why did they put so many of these? Oh, the marbles, what about that? Oops. Oh shit, what? Damn, marbles kind of suck. Really like the atmosphere and this music. Sega Genesis FM synth fits the soundtrack well. Yeah, pretty cool. And they actually got a variety of music. It's not just the one track. Damn. Oh no. Another dead end. God damn. for nothing. I do not like that. They add so many empty areas for no reason. Video, you were right. Shoulda got my grandma's crusty cookies. Now I think would have been a good time to use them, or at least if I didn't just recklessly fight. Oh no. Damn it. I was playing a little too reckless and getting hurt for no reason. See, maybe you have to do something and then come back, and then the area won't be empty. Oh, like the bridge will be finished or something. Yeah, maybe. And how far did they send me now? I got my 4 skulls, so that's good. I don't have the rattle, right? That's what they must have took away. The rattle, oh wait, is that it? No, that's the spoon, right? And the rocks and marbles. Alright, now's a good time, I guess. Not a total waste, cause at least I got to see what that area was like. But yeah, this whole thing is like such a maze. Oh my god. Trying to figure out. Oh, the little. God damn, that little piece of crap. Genesis was inherently more spooky, therefore cooler. This has to be the right way, I think. Keep going east. if it's the season. Boom, 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 boom. That might be too long. You can shut it off early if you don't like it. Oh no, it's fine. It looks cool. Simon says, wake up. Wake the dog up. You watch this every Halloween for like 10 years. Was that the Indian Freddy Krueger movie? Or is it just Indian thriller? You want you want a Halloween Hot Wheels set? Golimar? Have to drive to work now. Have a good stream. Alright, Barf. Have a good day at work. Random and Robot Kid. Halloween Massacre. Or Massacre. Okay, yeah, that wasn't that long. It didn't seem like it. Oh, bam, yeah. Wanted to get that. Shit. I feel like those out in the woods should pop out. No matter how many times you grab them. And there's nowhere to cut through these trees. Oh, this is where the well is. Can I throw anything in here? No, it doesn't make sense, right? Pumpkin. What is the pumpkin? Pumpkin sucks. It's nothing. Oh shit. That should have been the Seinfeld finale. Imagine if they did that. How crazy would that be? Surprise, they're all dead. Okay, now it should be going south. Across the bridge or something. Yeah, okay. It's looking more and more familiar. And there's some hiding little bush past there too. Okay, here's Granny. She wants her spoon, eye of newt, toe of cat, spleen of frog, and heart of rat. Oh, hello, dearie. Just brewing something together for dinner. What can I do for you? Some cookies. Oh, she just gives me the regular cookies? Here you go, Fester. We're glad to see you working really hard on your obesity. Soon you will be as fat as Uncle Fritz. What a lovely worm-eaten spoon you have there. I'll take it off your hands and cook you up something special. Meet me near the greenhouse for some more cookies. Alright, so she gives you even more. Yeah, what's... Would it be a good idea to see Cousin It right now? Gardens and graveyard. I forgot already what this area was like. Hey, oh damn. Can't leave just yet. I haven't found the baby pubert. Must be the last part of the game or something. And what's with this mailbox? Is that anything ever? Finally. Back to the greenhouse. Oh shit. Damn. actually. Oh, I thought they didn't even come into this area. Shit. Good time. Give me all the health. What the hell? What's going on? This game is pretty random with the health drops. Oh yeah, this area was like nothing. That must be something else to go to later. I'm kinda lost again. Okay. No. Here we go. Hehehe, hello again, dearie. Hope you're not changing your socks. Sigh. No, Granny. And I hope you are always forgetting to wash your hands after going to the restroom. Yes, Granny. Oh, thanks, Umber and Crow. Good, then Granny has got a treat for little Fester. Granny, I'm a grown man now. Hehehe, that's nice, dear. Would you like some more cookies? Take these, they are a new flavor, crusty cookies made from real dandruff and old scabs. They taste foul and can make you invincible. Okay, now she's back to get away from me. So, I guess that was just for that. Should have a bunch of cookies now. Alright. Which one's which? Black Beetle, okay. And Krusty. Oh. Wait, so the invincibility? Is that the only way to get past that centipede? Oh shit. Cheese, cheese, cheese. I don't know if that is the only way. Honestly, I have no idea. I just thought maybe that is how you do it. Yeah, cause damn, that thing just moves so fast. And seemed to take a ton of hits. If you could even kill it, whereas could be invincible for all I know. Oh shit, okay. No, there's probably another one. Oh, is this the East Swamp? You can smell it before you can see it. The Swamp Paradise. Damn, these guys are gonna be so annoying. If this is the East Swamp, that would be mean cousin it is here. Kurt Cobained it. Yeah, does it even say? I guess you just have to assume that this is the East Swamp. The map is pretty lame. Oh, big mushroom. Oh shit. Fuck. God damn you. You need a stronger lightning or whatever new weapon. The rocks and marbles didn't seem that great. The East Desert now. Oh shit, Ben. That's annoying ass. Oh my god. The deserts. Wonder, am I uncovering parts of the map as I go? Wait, what? Oh. I think you should try to find Cousin It in the swamp before proceeding to the desert. Yeah, let me just see how this looks a little. Oh shit, oh, that looks just like the other guy that was invincible. I think, was he that color? No, actually I think he was like gold maybe. Alright, now how the hell did I... get here? What direction was I coming from? Okay, this shit was there. It would be nice if your map actually looked like this, like a Zelda map. Oh man, we gotta deal with these assholes. Fuck. Gotta really figure out where I'm going. And back to the red lightning. That sucks. Hey, Deus. Full house here. Yeah, it's getting there. Oh, look at the lily pads sticking out from the land. Oh shit, no,
It's got
damn.
funnels, bottomless pits are involved. It's got it all. It's got it all. Have you dynamite?
I was about to say, yeah.
You know what? I
Need a
deserve
Deus
that.
shout out.
I deserve that because I did the same thing I did the first time.
She's an expert at what is that game? Oh, Portal. She's a big Portal expert. And I think there's a part the lily pads lead to the inner island in the swamp water. Damn. Should I just waste a cookie? Doesn't seem like I should, but these enemies are so annoying. Man, so many hits. Come on, you better die. Crap. And they give you nothing. Oh, yeah, you were saying the lily pads. I think I should just go ahead and eat it. Lily pads. Are they like just everywhere? Or if you see them, that means you're on the right track. I'm not sure which ones are the lily pads. There's so much going on. I guess these? They should be in the water though, right? I swear have seen one touching the land you are on right now. Let's see, what the hell? Probably was one I went past, didn't even notice. The inner island, okay. Those pink ones look like they're kind of standing out more. And that does look like it would be the inner island, I guess. Let's see if I keep following this, that might be it. Yeah, right there. Okay. Oh, damn. I see. I took the path going to the right because of this thing. I'm not like facing this guy. Okay, yeah. Ads are gonna start in a bit. Alright, inner islands. Talk to a mushroom or something. was worth a try. I think there's another way. Oh, so this is not really anything. Damn. Yeah, they make a lot of dead ends, so I don't know. What else could it be? Okay, ads. Nothing here. Empty. Empty spot. If only the maps were a little more useful. It says I can go left. I didn't see another path from that area. Oh damn, wait a second. This looks interesting. Oh wait, is this really just where I started from? Damn, I think it is. Crap. Nothing to go further left from here. Yeah, this is the same thing. Looping around. This is where the green centipede is. That was him, right? Yeah, there he is. Oh, you got a map? But it don't see where cousin it is. Okay. Oh man. Wait, they show the grandma on this thing? She's in the swamp at some point. Okay, wow. This thing is pretty huge, this freaking swamp. So, let me see, where am I? Oh shit, I see a little tree house in the middle, or I don't know what you would call that. Oh, I see Cousin It. Yeah, he's to the right of the tree. Like there's a big empty, well, like, looks like you could enter the tree, like a little dungeon from Zelda. And Cousin It is right around there. But I must be in a totally different desert, I'm not sure. Oh, damn, I see the first time I entered the swamp and got that the greenhouse key or whatever. I think that was right there. And let's see what else is going on here. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell what part of the map I'm on. This map only shows one bridge. Or wait a second, okay, there's one on the top northeast side. Damn, and then the only other one leads to the little tree house. Oh, this is the eastern swamp. A map for just the eastern swamp. Okay, I don't recognize exactly where I'm at though. Like, did I enter from the bottom of the map somewhere? Seems like I should have found it. I see Granny too, yeah. Granny's there. Cousin It's around there. Oh. I don't see this bridge that connects me to this. That's the weird thing. Like, that should be somewhere at the bottom, I would guess. And it seems like there's another bridge that should be around here. Alright, I guess I gotta walk around and see if I recognize anything going on here. Even with the blue lightning, this thing takes so many hits. These maps are made for the SNES version, but I don't think that version... Yeah, I don't think it would be different. Couldn't really mess with it that much. Maybe this is not even considered the east swamp. Maybe I'm still in the west swamp. think that's what it is. This is still considered the West Swamp. That's how gigantic this whole game is. Cause yeah, this doesn't seem to really fit what's going on there in that map. I wish they would show all the enemies too. Make it more recognizable. This thing does not want to come over here and die. Ptarmigan.
Omega McTen asked me, Ptarmigan. Oh, you mean the ptarmigan, that fluffy ball of madness that molts like a crazy X during spring. I love it. Those little bastards change feathers like I'm changing my underwear, which is never, hey, it's like nature's version of a hyperactive shape shifter. Just imagine if humans did that. We'd all be running around like psychotic chameleons. And don't get me started on their snowshoe feet. Nature's little slip-proof miracles. Mind blown.
No, get away, fucking piece of shit. And this thing just loops around all crazy. And back to the big empty spot. Yeah, damn it. There's nothing going on here. Ptarmigan poop polenta. This is what I thought was gonna lead me to something, but this looks different. So here's one bridge. This one has vents. centipede. Oh. I think there's another one going south over here. Yeah, okay. Oh shit, there's another one here. Oh wait, you can't cross this one. Damn. Where's the... Okay, if I go down here, what part of the map am I on? Oh shit. Yeah, can't cross. Was there that one guy here? Okay, nothing. Hey, Tap, what's up? Yep, another game of the day. Oh, hell no. Oof. Did you get... Well, what? Did you get GBA jail world record any percent? Yeah. 100%. Damn, what the hell? Another bridge.
You get the fucking candy cane, you dope.
Oh.
Good thing you didn't get it.
I saw the movie.
Good thing you didn't get the hell.
Yeah.
Good thing you didn't get the hell.
Sorry.
11:32.
Hello.
0617 on the time.
Oh, that's the extra life. Oh shit.
The dildo on a package is the extra life. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's like he didn't lose his life. Oh, I see. No, they're back.
Bunker.
He's still.
He just blows up. Oh, he just morphs through the walls. There's no escaping that guy. He's too fucking fast.
Oh, I was thinking, isn't that gonna work? Mouse. There's too many goddamn clips on mouse fits. It's impossible to get Dunstan clips anymore. Oh shit, damn. You gotta make the Dunstan clips the priority clips. Oh man.
Ha ha ha! The one time it worked. Oh my god.
It's like dead ends everywhere. Fallout. Music in this is pretty good. Yeah, we were saying Vidya and me, like, this is some pretty good Genesis music. I only keep that clip because Barf made the clip. Mecha's gonna have a stroke trying to play Jaws. What? It's that bad? I played it for a few minutes. It was pretty cool. Is Mickey D gonna play Jaws Ness? Oh shit, no. Not that Jaws. Jaws PS2, or he actually got the Xbox Jaws. Oh shit, you can keep getting this. Alright. That's good to know. Alright, there's a cave. And heavily memed. It's linear and has an RPG system. Appaloosa Interactive made Jaws. Appaloosa, what are they? I heard that name before. Forgot what the hell. Okay, 2 spots with energy. Oh, what the hell was the point of this cave? Oh shit. Oh no. Sucks. Bullshit, waste of time, what? Holy shit. So much empty ass space in this game. Nothing here. Nothing at all. Using the engine from Echo the Dolphin, Defender of the Future. Oh, There was this game called Sea Monsters, a prehistoric journey. They released on Wii and some other shit, I think. So bad it was hilarious. So technically, Jaws is a Dreamcast game. Boss music plays in the game whenever you target something. Worlds are empty and bland. Oh, that's what's wrong with Jaws? It's just empty. Prehistoric Adventure was made into a game by DSA Games and then published by Zoo Digital. It was released on the Wii, PlayStation 2, Nintendo DS. Sea Monsters. Poor reviews across all platforms. Why are you talking about Sea Monsters? You played that? Talking about Maneater? I think he's talking about Jaws. Both. Jaws Unleashed actually had creative control by Steven Spielberg and is good. Plus you can kill and eat anything from dogs to kids. Because shark. Oh, I forgot the health, damn it. No, no, fucker. God damn. There's even a mission that recreates July 4th from the first movie. Can't believe you didn't give Myers Ptarmigan drawing. Red Eye fans? Oh, I was watching. I mean, like I used a photo that didn't have that. I was looking at a different ptarmigan. I don't think they all have the red eye fans. Demoralizing lack of red eye fans. Yeah, I don't know. I googled ptarmigan. I saw that fluffy white bird. Didn't look like it had eye fans. This game seems almost as cursed as ETGBA. I guess at least you have a zapper. Yeah, it's got some good parts and some really fucked up parts. Like if you die, they send you really far back. And these enemies are hard to kill, then you end up with shit like this. A bridge to nowhere. Oh, and you hardly get any health off these little enemies. You could kill them for like half an hour and not get shit. Oh well. Oh shit, Necro. Hey, turn butt. Hey, thanks for the raid, Necro. What's up, Great Wolf? Welcome everybody else.
That clip, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful clip.
JRB Psychopath. Welcome everybody.
Let me sing for you. Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my god, you're like nails on a chalkboard, Gilbert.
What's up everybody? Thanks for that raid. Beat and bad Zelda Link's Awakening. Tired and crashing out of 24 hours to do tonight. Oh shit. Much love and respect up. Yeah, I saw you going through that game pretty quick. Every little while I saw you fighting the boss. That was crazy. Good morning, Omega. Oh, I'm good, JRB. Beans Roll, what's up? Thanks for raiding in, everybody. Yeah, that was another pretty long stream, I bet, right? And you're gonna do a 24 hour? Holy shit. That's gonna be crazy. I haven't tried one of those. 24 hours. Whew. Oh, hey, Bundor or Bunder. Welcome in. So this is I wanted to say Fester's Quest, but it's Addams Family Values for Genesis, and it's not as bad as that, but it's pretty tough, this game. Hey Glitzy, welcome in Glitzy. You're streaming? Oh, I missed that. Yeah, shout out to Glitzy. Okay. Oh, I was wondering why it's Apu.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
That's funny, look. I think that was the first time I saw that used with the new alert for Apu. Saying everybody get naked. Yeah, that was awesome. Thanks for the 24 bits. And for setting off that Apu alert. Oh, Bundor. Thanks for following. Very cool of you. This game is quite a pain in the ass. Enemies still not giving me any type of health back. Gotta use these freaking health items very sparingly. Like maybe right now. But damn, it feels like I'm wasting them when they're gonna be needed much later. Listen to this music. This shit sounds awesome. It sounds like some Halloween shit. Alright, where the hell do I go? Oh, I think this is right. But the first floor. Game of the day. Yeah, if only they didn't make it so damn tough. This game would have been a pretty big hit. I think this has so many good things going on, but then they have to ruin it by making it way too damn tough. Oh my god. Yep. It's probably time to use one of these cookies. Oh shit, no, don't fucking touch me, you piece of shit. God damn. Bad timing. What's up, Super Skull? Neck raid. Damn, what all the bees? Goddamn bees here. Killer plants everywhere.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Lagopus lagopus. All sorts of enemies. Where the hell am I going? Forgot. Useless map. This awful map does nothing.
Days.
What are you doing?
Okay, now.
What are you doing?
Don't step in this right here. Whatever you do, do not step in that. We haven't had it analyzed, and I have no idea what it is. But it's sticky. Now you're really in the bowels of creative engineering now. This is, once you pass the sticky goo, you're into a mess.
Damn. Oh yeah, this is the way I wanted to go, I think. Yeah, here we go. Talk to this guy, feed me. Here, you overgrown weed, eat this and get out of my face. Thanks, I'll move. Alright, get the hell out. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, what the hell? This looks like the map, Vidya, you're still there. I think this actually matches the map. Because here's the little stairs that came out. Let me see. Came out some little stairs. Yeah, this is it. But how come this was going further west and they call this the east? That shit makes no sense. Okay, yeah, let me look at that. Where are those little stairs on the right side? Okay, wait, oh no, that's a different set of stairs. I don't know, I have to walk around more and see if it starts lining up. It's kind of weird that they would call it though.
Floor tap sent monkey moinka monkey 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 monkey. Eddie Deason. Still gotta see all his movies. And every episode of Dexter's Lab, where he comes out anyways. Does Mandark, yeah, Mandark doesn't come out in every episode, so gotta see all the Eddie Deason. Get into fucking shit.
I'm thinking this map doesn't match either. Mandark only comes on cursed episodes. So only the best. Oh damn, look, that looks different. What the hell? Haven't seen those things in the water. Oh, the western swamp? Okay. I missed that. Okay, wait. Damn, that's much. That's way smaller, okay. Oh shit, I showed up here. Yeah, that's weird as hell. There's another little tree house. Okay. Gotta figure out where the hell I am right now. This game looks cursed as fuck. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Still can't figure out these maps. Oh fuck. That was a waste of health. So I enter from the west. Is there like a third swamp that we don't even know about? Remember that other swamp he was at before? Couldn't figure out if it was east or west. Apparently it's north. Oh shit, what in the hell? Swamp man. Damn. Yeah, no wonder it didn't match either of these maps. Holy crap. Okay, so this is the west? Huh. What the hell? These stairs aren't in the right place. Is this upside down or what? The hell am I looking at? ETGB. Holy shit. This has to be another swamp then. What the? None of these match up. What a bunch of bullshit, man. Where the hell am I going? Okay. This is where I came from? Yeah, that doesn't look like that. What the hell? Wait, what the fuck is this?
Floor Tap asked me, what is the true nature of consciousness, and how does it arise from the physical processes of the brain, considering the influence of subjective experiences, cultural context, and the potential existence of non-material dimensions? Oh, yeah. The true nature of consciousness, brother, is like the ultimate championship belt of the mind. It arises from the physical processes of the brain, but it's far more complex. Dig it. Subjective experiences shape it like a sculptor with clay, influenced by culture and context. And those non-material dimensions, they're like the wild card in the ring, adding a whole new layer to the fight. So many factors, brother, and that's what makes the quest for understanding consciousness a main event. Snap into it.
Damn. Ended up in another dungeon or whatever. Oh wait, I can't go in here? What the? God damn. So this is useless.
Floor taps and skibidi, skibida, 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 skubida, skubida, skibida, skibida, skubida, skibida, 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 skibida.
Did Bart ever sound like the actual Bart? Something's always wrong with the Simpsons voices. Marge sounds really bad. That sounds like some guy trying to do her voice. Imports a message from Bart. Remember of Skibbity? Damn, what the fuck with this map? What in the hell is going on? I already forgot where did I actually come from here? Okay, this was the original entrance. Damn. I gotta find a new route to take. I think I should go left. Somehow. Hopefully it's not blocked by some crap. Let's see, what the hell? Still want to get some health. Oh. health. Alright. Wait, what the fuck happened? What? Oh, weird. What the hell? This is invincibility? Oh man, that sucks. Why would I even need it right there? That was a waste. They put the items in the worst spots. Oh shit, a bridge. What the fuck? Where's this? This goes to the desert? Yeah, I think that goes to the desert. Holy crap. Die already, god damn it. Yeah, damn ogres. What? This does seem like the designers of E.T. on Game Boy Advance made these maps. Holy crap. Everywhere you go is just another dead end. I guess, yeah, this is the same cursed game style. Yeah. Just make infinite shit map that takes forever to get around. Yeah. Make it so confusing. You actually need to look at a map to figure it out. I don't even know where I'm at now. What the hell? Oh, hey. Hello. Thanks for the lurk. Let's do a quick shout out for Hollow before the ad.
How long does the drive expect? How long do you expect the drive to take? Because I'm on your bumper tonight.
Oh my god! Jesus!
Go on. Cry.
I am about to! It was so scary!
Ad of the day. Damn, your ad started already? I don't know if you're seeing ads right now, Tap, but yeah, it's pretty early for them to start. Okay, now I see it. It says ad will end in 2:40. There it is. 20 seconds left. Damn, where the hell is this going? shit. This is how I got to the desert the first time. Look at these fucking enemies. They take the craziest routes around you. Sometimes they come after you, sometimes they walk away. Can't tell what the hell they're gonna do. Game of the day with enemies of the day. Perfectly accompanied by movies. Oh, that's like one of your least favorite clips. Constantly plays for his clips. Tap just wants to see Dunstan. Come on, shoutouts. Oh my god, I'm already gonna die again. Shit. Then Nick Cage Nights, Five Nights at Freddy was kinda lame. Phoned in. I mean, I like the fact that he wasn't really doing shit, but it was funny because of that. It was like the least acting he's done in a movie. He didn't even have any lines or anything. So it was like pretty easy. Just had to beat up some animatronics. Help me weep. Oh yeah. So this is what I was looking for. Says he needs to find his voice. Why? Cause I'm a poor little weep who has lost his voice. Cough cough. Shut up. That's my favorite part. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, you. Like, damn, Fleep getting his ass fucking killed over here by Fester. I'm so
doing?
sad. Cough.
What are you doing?
Shut up again.
Me? Just hanging around.
Talking to this guy is the right track of things, I believe. Yeah, I think it is, but it was good to get the extra items from the grandma. Even though I ended up wasting them right now, wasting 2 of them. So pathetically weak and helpless. I said shut the hell up. I never saw Uncle Fester talk like this. Just shut up. I thought he was friendly in the movies and the original show. Do you think this loathsome cloak is my voice? We weeps have loud, braiding foghorns of voices. Cough. Please help me. No. I don't know if I ever even saw any actual movie or show. Oh shit, really? I saw bits and pieces but never actually sat through anything. Seemed like a cereal box plot, like everyone is just who they are, and seemed like it was just gonna be slapstick bullshit. Yeah, I think some people would say they like the movies. I think the movies were pretty cool in their own ways. It's just a bunch of pretty much like the Munsters, even though I think the Addams family came first. Just a bunch of freaks scaring the shit out of people. I vaguely remember seeing the cartoon and being unimpressed. Can give you a gift. Oh yeah, it gives me the rattle. What's that? Another one of my noises, a rattle. I guess that, let me see. Only if you promise to be nice with it and respect it as someone else's property. No. Give me the rattle. I don't know. It sounds like Uncle Fester's gonna kill this little cute monster. It's baby Pubert's rattle. You can tell by the razor wire on the handle. Where'd you get this? It's like he's interrogating him like a gangster or some shit. I found it near the mansion. Looking for the rattle. He even hates his nephew, Hubert. Calls him a brat. The brat the rattle belongs to. How do I get near to the mansion? Are they giving each other consent to have sexual relations or what? Weep. Probably. Weep foop. There's only one way into the mansion, and that's my trans cough 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 Mansion Express. The station is just west of here, but you don't want to go there. Yes, I do. I'll tell you what, help me find the brat. Like, is this the same Uncle Fester? And I'll help you find your voice. But on one condition, that you stop being a toadying, whining, pathetic wretch. This music reminds me of Phantasy Star 4? What? Damn, I wouldn't even know what that game or anything is like about it. Yes, sir, Mr. Fester, sir. Anything you say. Cough, cough, cough. Damn straight. Good, I'm glad we understand each other. I will search over this way, and you can search over there. Do you think it is a good idea that we cough, 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 split up? It was basically the best RPG for Genesis. Yeah, that's the only thing I remember, that it was pretty much their best. Still kinda jank. A lot of the music was just like this. Yeah, the music is probably like the best thing out of this game. A lot of Genesis games have really good music, and that stands out. Yes, for the sake of my sanity and your health, I think it is a very good idea. Let's meet up later near the entrance to the Transmansion Express. Nah, I now have a skull rattle. There's no razor blades or whatever he said. Shit, now I gotta look for his voice. What does that even mean? I think Pierce Solar on Genesis was pretty good. Oh shit. Oh, that came out in 2010. Did you see the link I posted? Oh, I must have missed it. Where was it? Let's see. I have timestamped this link, and I think it will help show you where to go. Okay. Oh shit, okay, it's exactly where I'm at. Guess I'll follow where Fester's going. Goes up, back in the stairs, out the cave, goes around up here to the left somewhere. Gotta avoid these freaking centipedes. Finds a cave somewhere. Oh man, they're gonna kill me. Oof. It's still hard to follow this. Feel like I gotta pause it every little while. Okay, he's just going down after the cave. Yeah, down this. Oh shit. Oh damn, I don't know if he goes in here. Wait, this guy has 5 hearts? What the? I mean 5 skulls. Oh shit, he did go down there. Down a bridge. Holy crap, this would've This would have taken me forever. I would have been searching the desert area. This guy took a different route altogether. What the fuck? Look at all the shit he did. And it's still not over. Took this path. Went down further. Whole new area. Why would I go here? Looking for that character's voice. Oh shit. That had to happen eventually. Game over. Now they send me all the way back. I could rewind it, but trying to play it like the real game of the day it is. Yeah, holy shit. Do I have the items that I got? Oh, okay. Nope. I ate the 2 cookies. I seem to be missing something over here. Oh, the rattle. I don't have that shit anymore. Damn. I think I should just rewind it though. Fuck it. I'm just gonna end up going to the same spot. It's just gonna take so long to do all that crap again. Yeah, it's rewind time, damn it. This game was never meant to be played the right way. They wanted you to cheat. Yeah, they send you too far back, so fuck that. His death right there. Shit. But I gotta be extra careful. Probably just use the invincibility items they gave me. Yeah, I'm gonna just use these. This shit's gonna take so long to kill everybody. Wait, will they still hurt me? Oh, they pushed me back. Oh, that sucks. Because now I don't know when I'm gonna be... Okay. Yeah, that crap doesn't even last that long. It sucks. Holy shit. This is where it's like Fester's Quest. You have to hit these enemies 100 times. And they're walking pattern makes no damn sense. Holy shit. Oh my god. One half a health. Gonna beat this how it was meant to be played. 2 seconds later, well, time to rewind. Turn on Game Genie. Yeah, it seemed like a waste of time doing everything all over again, so I don't know. If they left me closer to where I was, then I wouldn't mind, but nah, this game feels like the game is cheating, so I'm gonna cheat right back. Oh damn, so this, he crossed the bridge in the video. Might as well put that on here and see if this is what's supposed to happen. Wow. Keep going south. Nope. Wait, thought about it. Oh man. Gotta take a crazy ass path. So he pretty much went over here. After this, oh shit, why did it go over here? Did I already mess it up? Went the wrong way. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Gotta watch it again. Where is it going? I really don't know how you would even figure this out. Okay. How the hell would you know to go here? This game's kind of getting impossible here. Go talk to... Nobody said anything about meeting Pugsley and Wednesday somewhere around here. Shit, where did he go actually? Past all this? Oh shit, here we go. Hello, Fester. What are you up to? You little brat. We are playing Hunt the Psychopath. There is one inside this hole, but we have no lights and would therefore be hacked apart before we could defend ourselves. Fester, give me that pumpkin. Where are your manners, young lady? So that's what the pumpkin is for? Chester, give me that pumpkin now. Man, everybody's rude in this family. Better. Now here you go. Now all we need is a candle. Oh no, don't send me on a mission for a candle. God damn you kids. Where's the candle you're supposed to get? Shit, how would I know? This fucking game. Oh my god. Hoarder's Lair, members only. This is probably where it is. The stairs near, go down. It's... let me see. Oh, okay. Behind the trees. Yep. I was about to go down here. Hoarder's Lair. Maybe they go... I mean, they got a candle in that place. That's the only thing that would make sense. I think the earlier part of the game was a little bit easier to follow, and now it's just a random bunch of crap. Go over here for no reason. Go over here now. Oh wait, so now we're in some new kind of woods? I mean, swamp? Is this the south or east swamp or something? Oh shit. There he is. This might be the eastern swamp, okay. Say hello, Fweep. This chap appears to be stuck in the entrance to the Transmission Express. Who? What? We could blow him out if we had some dynamite. We never saw anything about that. Somebody getting stuck. No, Fweep. I don't think that would be very nice. Besides, the dynamite would collapse the tunnel. Oh, is that what we're looking at? We could dissect them if we had a chainsaw. Yeah, let's just kill him. What is this we nonsense? Cough. Anyway, how would we get the bits out that were stuck in the tunnel? We could burn him out if we had a flamethrower. Wait, I linked to the western swamp. Oh. Now then, Fweep, that's not very nice. Cough, cough on. Where would we get a flamethrower? Just a can of gas would do the trick. You have a sick and twisted mind, Fester. Thank you, Fweep. How about shrinking him? Would it be painful? Unfortunately, yes, extremely painful. Okay, I'll go along with that. So how do we shrink the fatty? I swear this is not how the characters talk in the movies, the shows. Don't know, cough, but I could try and find a way. Don't bother, Weep. I've a feeling Granny may be able to cook us up a solution to solve to this problem.
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
Oh, okay, this is what they're talking about. You guys are giants. Transmansion Express. Oh, so oh, now I get it. This is title Shrink the Fatty. What a game. This is the right map now for the east. Isn't it? Let's see what the hell's going on here. I'm not sure. Wait, let me actually look at this now where the hell we are. What the? We're still not in the west. I mean the east. What is going on? Shit. So this should be... Oh, okay, I see it now. So, oh shit, I was gonna die. God damn. Okay, I see it. Yeah, I'm looking at the right map now. Wait, there he is? Yeah, this is a pretty empty place too. Doesn't seem to be anything around here. Just gotta go all the way back. Oh wait, did I try to talk to this guy? Oh, he doesn't say anything. Damn. Oh, neither one of them. Okay. Now I gotta find the grandma in the east somehow. Holy shit. Stupid enemies. Freaking annoying. Yeah, there's nothing in this whole place. Guess I gotta keep watching the video to freaking get any of this. gets out into the woods and goes back east. Oh man. Looks like he finds some stairs over here somewhere. Well, do these guys always go that fast? Alright, I think he's gonna go in here. Alright, I could follow that. And the stairs go east. Avoid some bees. Oh shit. God damn. Try to kill this freaking thing. Oh, alright. Thanks for the lurk video. Enjoy your meal. We'll keep the Dino Dance party going. Oh shit. Oh no. Fuck that. Not going back. I already know they're gonna send me all the way back. Damn. Now the enemies are all over me like fucking crazy. Oh man. These are supposed to be the weak little guys. Oh my god. Surprise. Here's a fucking claw. Oof. I think he's going up. Going north. Alright, he found Granny. Man, what a bunch of crazy crap you gotta go through. Hello again, dearie. I hope you're not changing your socks. Oh yeah, she said this. Sigh, no granny. I hope you're always forgetting to wash your hands after going to the restroom. Yes, granny. Now give me my damn cookies. But treat for little Fester. I'm a grown man now. Hehehe, that's nice, dear. Would you like some more cookies? Take these, they are a new flavor. Oh wait, she keeps giving me these? Make you invincible. This guy. Weep. Hello, twisted old crone. Cough, cough. Ooh, you silver-tongued charmer. We need something to make someone smaller. This alien looks like he came out of Toe Jam and Earl or something. He doesn't fit with the Addams family at all. And he tried a chainsaw. I've gone through this once with Fester. Or a flamethrower, how about dynamite? Weep, you Addams are all the same. Hold on a minute, I did make a potion for Fester's uncle Fritz once. Yes, Fatty Fritz. He wanted to lose a few pounds, but it shrunk him to the size of a mouse. Whoa. Once voted the most gross person ever, Uncle Fritz accidentally took one of Granny's slimming potions and became Fritz the Rake practically overnight. I'll need a while to concoct the slimming potion. Meet me later at the swamps east of here. Bye bye, Fester. Yeah. You too, handsome devil. While that strange old crone is making the potion, let's go look for my voice. I think the hoarders may have it. They are a band of ruffians who live at the end of the bridge west of here. Damn. Wait, let me get some regular cookies. Oh no. Do this, do that. Bother, always bother. Well, now I know where to go, but I don't know. I feel like you could probably go with... Oh god. Holy shit. This fucking game. Oh yeah, wait. Well, he did give me the regular ones. Finally got all my health back. Jesus. Right, so where was it? Oh shit. Look how much better is that? But you get hit once and you lose this powerful lightning. Wait, was it through this cave? Oh, it was right there. So long way to get here. Through all this crap. Oh shit, no. Oh, down here, right. Wasn't it? Yeah, okay. Oh shit. Hello again, Fester, cough cough. To enter the cavern below, we must jump off the bridge. Me? Jump down there? You must have mistaken me for an idiot. You don't trust me, do you? Nothing personal, it's hereditary. We Addams don't trust. Not even your own family. Especially my own family. Okay, I'll go first, then you can follow me. Fweep seems to have wandered off. Peace at last. Oh shit, new dungeon. Finally got to, what, the third dungeon? Barely. You over there, die. Oh crap. What's going on over here now? Damn. Alright, this is cooler than whatever I was doing over there. Oh, you little fucking asshole. Okay, good. Jesus. What the? Alright. Something happened. Oh my god, Jesus. So easy to miss this fucking thing. Is that guy still there? Shit. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Whoa, shit. What the? What? You never break any walls or anything. Oh no, fuck. God damn. Sneaky little shit. Whoa. What the fuck? Oh man, that's some bullshit. Pick one at random.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Me? Just hanging around.
What the? Oh wait, there's a button or something here. Okay, what the hell happened? Wait, those guys came back? What the hell's going on here? So this button releases more? Okay. Oh, fucking shit. God damn. Oh, hey, what's up, Darcy? Uncle Fester's a Sith Lord. He looks like one, yeah. He's got his black robe, his white skin. He looks like Darth Vader when he takes his helmet off. Gotta be careful with this shit. Holy shit. problem, Darth. Alright. Guess I'm making it somehow through this shit. With the power of rewind. Oh, what the fuck? God. Lester, he can't avoid getting hit. Wait, what's up? You're deaf? Oh, I'm not. I didn't say anything. I said, no problem, and yeah, is the game too loud? Looks like the level's okay. Oh shit, come on, fuck. Oh, if only I could get that health. Hey, Bart. Oh yeah, this game I think is it is better, but still it's got some problems. Lester's quest is terrible. What is going on in this part? Where the hell am I going? What? Looks like they just sent me back. Same part I was at. Crap. What the hell? What do they want me to do? I'm at work, so can only listen and not chat much. Oh, already. And it's kind of cold today. Survived. Barf survived the man. Oh, ads gonna start soon. So what exactly do they want me to do? I don't get it. Keep going in circles. Alright, what does this switch do? Anything. I think it should connect over here. Oh wait, this is for that bottom one. Okay. Shit. Oh. Is this a breakable wall, actually? Oh, what kind of crap is that? Damn. I feel like I should have some kind of bomb. Anything useful? Holy, oh man. Son of a bitch. This terrible weapon. Oh, fuck. Gotta use this. Oh, fuck. Jesus. That was the wrong move. Yeah, damn it. Shit, not even worth attacking them. And lost that. Holy shit. What the? Oh crap. Damn. Shit, shit, shit. What the fuck? What am I supposed to do here? Oh no. Yeah. Kill everyone? Okay. Oh, oh wait, wait. Oh no. Oh man. Oh, shit. Damn. Right is wrong. Right is wrong. This one doesn't shoot. I know. Holy crap, this dungeon goes on forever. Right is wrong. Ma hench's boudoir, no salesman, no beggars, no do-gooders, no tourists. No deliveries. No plumbers, no kids, no visitors, nobody. Trespassers will be skinned, boiled, and eaten. Alright. shit. Fuck. Looky here, we got ourselves a stranger. Ain't no strangers welcome here. So let me introduce myself. The name's Ma Hench. Now put 'em up. Man. Wasted all my items. Yep. Got this weak ass lightning. See how far back. Game over. To the beginning. Yep. That's how this game is. Nope. All that crap. Oh no. What the hell? Whoa, shit. Damn. What's on the right? Right is wrong. back at some much needed McDonald's. Alright. Oh. What'd you get? Nice, quarter pounder. Or breakfast. Still got breakfast right now. Damn, what is this puzzle? Just, I think you gotta press that button. Who knows? Look at these aliens. Cool to see in this area. Yeah, this is a pretty impressive level. I like the look of this dungeon, but I have no idea what this means. This is a puzzle with some weird alien heads. They keep changing what direction they look at, and I guess I have to make them all look to the left or something, because I read a sign that said right is wrong, and I think this is what's changing there, because it makes a sound stepping on that. At least I think that's what it is. Oh shit. Yeah, not good to be getting hit. There was another boss I saw right now, but she killed me. Alright, none of them are looking to the right. Fester and aliens, this really is spiritual sequel to Fester's Quest. Yeah, maybe that is what they were going for exactly. Yeah, this has very little to do with Addams Family Values, the movie. Man, shit. So yeah, I don't get this. Kept doing this for a long time. I must be wrong, I guess. Yeah. What if I just press that? Oh, damn. Wasted all my items. So it's gonna be a pretty tough fight. What if I do nothing? guess the aliens change direction no matter what. So I don't know what the switch does. The button over here. There's nowhere else to go. These portals, the red ones don't take you anywhere. Right is wrong. Maybe hit the button and see if any of the portals will change color. Well, I did get past this part, and it was pressing the button made a platform come out between this area right here to get to the skeleton over there. I don't know. I didn't even notice when I did the right thing. I wasn't even sure, like, if it was about the aliens, they'd have to face left or something. They don't turn around if they try to shoot them. It's another one of those puzzles that has no real good answer. Yeah, I might as well look at some video that explains it. I don't get it. This guy did it, but it seemed like he didn't have to figure out anything. It just automatically made the like on his first attempt, he got the platform.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Press that button multiple times. Damn, maybe that is it. Just keep pressing. Oh shit, it is. Oh my god. That was the solution. The aliens don't even matter. Now this guy doesn't want to move. What is going on? Yeah, just press it like 3 times in a row. Oh shit. Oh my god, these little assholes gonna fuck up everything. Shit. Nope. Not accepting this. Because I don't even know how tough that boss is gonna be. Oh shit. This is nuts. Trying to kill everybody here. God damn. Nope, nope, nope. Starting this whole stupid thing all over. You only play Fester? Yeah, as Fester? From what I've seen, yeah, he's the only character that's playable. Everybody else just talks, sends you on missions. Damn. They really crowd up on you and shit. Fucking nuts. Holy shit. I don't know how you get out of this shit. Oh god, almost. This is freaking crazy. You have to be a freaking ninja. Oh fuck, I don't even know what the hell. Now I lost. Oh wait, now I got my items back. Okay. And I know I just use this. Try to escape. But now I think I should try to kill these guys. Or at least the second one might be a pain in the ass. Oh, okay, yeah. Damn, I forgot if this is where I went. Oh shit, here it is. Oh fuck. Motherfucker. My fucking health bar blocks him. I couldn't see his ass. Cheap ass way to get hit. Oh no, couldn't find Cousin It. Didn't really go to the east. The little alien Fweep or whatever, he was saying to go find his voice over here with the hoarders. Oh, I didn't take this portal last time. I don't know what this is. Where would this go? Damn, I don't know what the hell that even did. Probably messed up everything I was trying to do. Now where am I? What? Looks like I made a wrong move here. Oh man, you cannot stop these guys? Shit. That's really cheap. There's no way to like stop the caterpillar or that centipede at all. You just gotta use the invincibility. Run through his ass. Oh, that was a real big waste of time too. They just sent me back. That was terrible. What even was that for? Uh-oh. Nope, no. Oh my god. So, yep, I was supposed to just ignore this random portal, cause that's nothing. Oh man. Oh, all the way back. Oh man. That I forgot. What was this portal? I don't think I went here. Holy shit. What is this part of the game now? Nope. How am I missing him? God damn. Yep. Just extra crap. You don't have to even go over here. This is another waste of time. Another sign. Federal Portal Agency. We take no responsibility for persons or baggage being misplaced, lost, skinned, burned, or eaten while using this facility. So now I press the switch up there. I mean, down there, and another portal shows up. Oh shit. What is this gonna lead to? I think this is the same way to get to the boss now. Oh, this is the sign thing. Oh, no. It just tells me about the boss. Her name is Ma Hench. Yes, but there was another sign. Oh, shit. Now, this one took me like a million tries. Oh shit, here we go. Let's see what she does. Well, looky here, we got ourselves a stranger. Ain't no strangers welcome here. So let me introduce myself. The name is Ma Hench. Now put him up. Shit. Oh no. Can't have that. Alright, she's not that bad. As long as I got the green laser. Oh shit. Man, does it go further sometimes? Oh, she does it, yeah. I didn't realize that. She has 2 laser moves. Whoa, fucking hell. That's not cool. I was trapped. Oh no. Oh my god. I feel like I need... Oh wait, don't I have... Oh cool, I'd have one more. Holy shit. She didn't even give me a chance. Alright. Damn, where do you even get those dragon cookies you were talking about? Those would have been nice. Freaking tough ass boss. Look over here, it's my voice. Chit, chew, 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 gulp, weep, honk, honk, blip, blip, blip. I take everything back. Thank you, Fester. If there is anything I can do, just ask. GG, thanks. All cookies you get from Grandma. Oh, but you just get different cookies every time you meet her or something? How about shutting up for a start? Honk honk. Look, just go away. Leave me alone. I never liked you. I never will. Just go away. You get different cookies from her throughout. Alright. Grandma cookie, Alfra nookie. Looks like something is here. Oh, the candle. Alright. Now I get to give this to Wednesday and Pugsley. Can't stop around. I think I'm onto the lead. What? Lead for what? You got your voice. Alright. Oh, at least we got 5 hearts now, or 5 skulls. Wait, is that really where I should go? Was it this way? Oh wait, no, it was across the bridge. Yeah, I don't know. This whole game's confusing. Just 20 more minutes. Yeah, according to the walkthrough, this whole game is supposed to be 20 minutes. If you know exactly where to go, and you're really good at dodging all these assholes, but for real people, this is a 10-hour game. Actual humans. Shit, now I don't know if this is the right way to go. Where the fuck did I end up? Whoop. Alright, got killer bees. Seems right. Oh shit, wait no, that's going to the desert. Those trees are reminding me of Link to the Past and Chrono Trigger. Yeah, pretty much. There's faces with, there's trees with faces. Oh man, what the hell? Ooh, bastard got me. Oh, this goes to the desert? What? Whole thing's a confusing mess. What a game. How long to beat? Says 17 hours 21 minutes on a leisure playthrough. Damn. That sounds insane. I beat this game in 15 minutes once, drunk as hell. Somehow Tap made all the right moves
without a walkthrough.
He's playing his organ and bobbing his head like Stevie Wonder, and he just gets so into it. You just gotta love the guy. He's the centerpiece of the show. He's right dead center. He's got this really cool flashy organ.
Yeah, folks, you're looking at the most sophisticated keyboard in the world, because this baby can make the sound of anything. From a cat's meow to a lion's roar, a pistol shot to a world war. Ha. Now come on, somebody name something up here. Make it hard as you want. Anything.
How about that?
Turning off the game equals winning. Alright, so man, I was supposed to go down these stairs. Somehow I end up in the woods again. And this was to get to where Pugsley and Wednesday were. Man, it doesn't seem right. Wait, was this? No, shit. It's not the same. Ah, fuck you now. Sick of these hiding fucking hands and shit. All the enemies are hiding behind something. It's annoying. Yeah, this is pretty much from the developers of ET and GBA. Huge pointless maps. Miserable. Wait, the grandma should be here. Oh, damn, she's not here. Oh, wait, now she's with Cousin It in the eastern swamp that we never seen before. Whoa, whoa. Now that I don't need the skulls, they give me all the skulls in the world. There's no way to get that. Could go to the east swamp, let's see. Just keep going.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
I lost track of what the hell was going on. There's like 3 missions at the same time going on. Thanks for the giant ET. Missions of the day. Oh shit, what? This guy's here.
Hello again. I'm so pleased to see you, Weep. Your noise, it's waking up the gargoyles. Oh shit. Now how would I guess that this was gonna happen? Under the smashed pillar,
What are you doing?
a hidden staircase
What are you doing?
winds down into the darkness.
Me? Just hanging around.
Why won't he shut up? I don't know, Fweep. I think he's a leftover character from Toe Jam and Earl. They just threw him in here. So now stairs up here. Whoa! Oh shit. Thought I was gonna have to fight these gargoyles. Oh. Maybe. New dungeon suddenly. Boggle's painful beacon. It's like they're trying to be like Zelda, but they fuck it up in so many ways. This weapon sucks really bad. Why doesn't Fester use both hands to make a giant lightning? What's his problem? What is he, some kind of asshole? Now what? What is going on here? Dungeon 2. Wait, Dungeon 2? What? I already did like 4 dungeons. I mean, Zelda 1 itself is pretty fucked up. Oh, if they're trying to be like Zelda, they did a really bad job. Zelda 1 was another one where they wanted you to buy the guide. Yeah. It was kind of impossible to find some of those dungeons. The game was basically impossible without a guide. That looks like a button, but can't press it. Oh shit. Still coming out with new enemies. So this is the second one. I should have found this one way earlier. Should be able to shoot that or something. Alright, this is again not making making any sense. But if you did have any friends you were fucked and just had to buy loads of guides, oh yeah, 1-900 game help. Usually one of our friends would have the guide and they would tell us the secret bullshit. Yeah, it was one of those pay numbers. $3.99 or whatever. Crazy ass amounts of money to waste time. I actually like Zelda 2 more than Zelda 1. Both are BS in their own way. Yeah, Zelda 2, I think, was fucked up because of the bad translation from Japanese to English. That was a major problem in a lot of games. Like Castlevania 2 had a problem with that. Just they didn't have good translation. Where you just randomly have to walk into the forest. Oh yeah, nobody tells you that in the game, that you have to walk left, up, and then right, or whatever, and you'll figure it out. The Famicom version shows what? Shows where to go with hints, and lava, water actually move. Oh yeah, forgot that. Yeah, the Famicom had some extra little cool graphical improvements. Damn, so I don't even get this. What the fuck is going on here? Wait, what? Did something change? Oh, what? These buttons look like they're already pressed. Oh shit, 2 portals. Right is wrong. Take care where you tread, fiery surprises lie ahead. Take care where you tread. Same, just put one sign up. Oh fuck, look at all the switches they put in this fucking room. Got a little ass. Oh man, kill him. Was there any point in hitting those buttons? Oh, this guy doesn't have fire. What does that mean? Probably nothing. is going on? This shit makes no sense. This whole dungeon. Bunch of random shit. There's a hack Castlevania 2 that's like, it like fixes the hints. Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest Redaction. Oh, that's good. Yeah. That should have been one of the first things that they did. Fix a bunch of those shitty translations. Oh man. Oh, okay. So just treadmills or whatever. Wow. Another path. And it's a bullshit path. What is this bullshit gonna tell me? Warning, entrance to Marobe's mystical maze of madness. Entrance to the maze? So where the fuck was I right now? That wasn't a maze? Oh no, what is going on here? Enter the same room 100 times. What was that? It sounded like I hit a switch or something. Or Fester grunted. Just random noises. Dungeon 2, that's all I get. This is part of the game that's just broken. You're supposed to just quit. Oh, finally something different. Deja vu, been here before. Yeah. Oh
now he could go through. And he sent me to the start. Well, that was a pretty awesome dungeon. Now to try finger but hole. Oh, what was the problem up this bridge? Did I go here? Oh, hey, welcome back, Umbra. Gardens and graveyard. Oh, I was here earlier, way earlier. When do you hit these stupid bats? What? Another one? Gary Bracey, he wound up here for being too lazy, so oh player, don't be a hog. Put down your joystick and go for a jog. What? Telling you to stop playing this game. Oh man. We didn't make this game so you could enjoy it. God damn it. Made it so you could hate games. John Hackleton. He would say he was quite sad, that is why he passed away, or rumor has it. Anyway, I already forgot if I read that one. Oh shit. This giant spider still haven't fought. Gotta find Grandma in the eastern swamp. But how do you get there? There's no freaking path. Was this the path I never went down?
just might be. Getting close, maybe? Holy crap, none of this looks like the swamp. Holy shit, these guys. Attacking in giant armies. What? How did I end up on this side? Shit. Wait, what the fuck? This is another place? Can't even fit. What the hell? Can't fit through this shit. Whoa. Can I kill it? Whoa. Fuck.
17 points. Shit. Alright, is this where it came from? What the? God damn, what a confusing mess. Oof.
Nail, I win. Yeah, look, just locking in the fucking Lisa while I'm playing my tune dealer. Oh shit! And then a big fucking wrestler guy was coming out of nowhere. Yeah. Suck it like nothing happens. Shit. Suck it like nothing happens. I'm gonna get you.
That's you video. Oh, my piece of shit. Oh, the fucking... Could it be the East Swamp?
There's the tree and the bridge. Grandma should be here, or cousin it. I gotta see that map. 3 points off of talking to a ptarmigan. It'll give Megamac flashbacks to the movie Ginger Snaps. K. Isabel. I don't know about that. If this is the E-Swamp, I'll be so happy. Let's see, I gotta take a look at the map again on whatever website. Cause I found the tree. Where was the grandma? Shit, I lost track of where the grandma was supposed to be. Oh shit, she's on the left of the tree. Oh man. Okay, I went up and I'm like way too far away. But I see cousin it. Yeah, I see there is this bridge and this path over here. Oh. God damn. 2 hits. Yeah, he should be right here. There he is. Finally. You motherfucker. Me. Sure, I'll tell you what I found. Yes, of course, I'll tell you where I've been. And who I've spoken to. Me. So the password is okay. Well, that's cool. Finally found him after all that freaking time. Now the grandma's over here. Can't believe there's still like so many dungeons left. Oh damn, wait, what the hell? How do you even get there? Oh, that's the top bridge. Shit. Damn. It was going in the same direction. You have to take this insane path after Cousin It. Keep going north. Oh wait, no, not here. Man, they really made this a pain in the ass to get to. Yeah, a long password. After this bridge, then you go left. And so there she is. Hello again, Fester. Hello, Granny. Those cookies you made were rotten. I'm glad you like them. Fancy some more? Here you go. More crusty cookies. I've also finished that slimming potion, but why you'd want to lose all those folds of fleshy white flab? I don't know. It's not for me, Granny. I now have a slimming potion. If you pooped after making that potion, I'm going to get some foul air. See you later. Oh man, she didn't give me the best cookie. Man, it was a real pain in the ass to find this East Swamp. I guess I could have found it early in the game if I kept looking, but go save with Cousin It again and run a test. Rest the game, see if it will give you an auto password at the title after a rest. If it does not, just rewind. Oh, resets. Spoken to. Oh wait, did I press the button again? Okay, yeah, enough. We can do a save states. I never reset the game, or how would you even do that? Wouldn't it just restart without remembering anything? I think that's why they gave you the password. There's no way to... Some games remember if you reset. Yeah, there's no way to go to the title screen, which... that would have been good. Alright, I'll do restart. Hopefully my save state is there. Let's see. So, password. No, you gotta enter it fresh. And if I rewind... Can you actually rewind past the restart? It seems like a weird thing for it to be able to do. Damn, even the ocean logo is pretty awesome. The music. So yeah, you can go back. Alright, that's pretty nuts. Talking to a ptarmigan. Okay, it is not Otto then. Scammed. Whoop. Oh wait, this is what I was hearing the whole time. Forgot I left that shit on. Alright, so... I'm gonna lurk, I'm feeling really tired, need a nap. Alright, video, have a good nap. Rest up.
Drinking RC. I'm gonna take a little break. Be right back. What? Wait, what? The fuck? I didn't have to kill him? What is going on? This is bullshit. Congratulations, Gomez. You have rescued Morticia and restored the family treasure. What the hell? They just wanted to end this shit as quickly as possible. I didn't even kill the guy. What? Right in that fucking little eyeball? Damn. That's a fucking tiny target. Jesus.
My daughter! My Ava!
You did. It's sad how easy she is.
Not very classy for someone's dying words.
New sword. Into the butthole.
Subjective experiences shape it like a sculptor with clay influenced by culture and context. And those non-material dimensions, they're like the wild card in the ring, adding a whole new layer to the fight. So many factors, brother, and that's what makes the quest for understanding consciousness a main event. Snap into it.
Oh, damn. Uni did it. What? Oh shit, man. GG to Uni. She is the Fall Guys master. That was amazing.
If I were in that weird feline flick, it'd be called Cats Gone Wild, the unhinged edition, where furballs start a nihilistic revolution with a side of existential dread. I'd be the catnip dealing Joker. Cat orchestrating chaos while avoiding death by hairball. Trust me. I wouldn't just be in the movie. I'd turn it into a cinematic crime scene, splooge and all. Well, well. An epic showdown between Jeff the Ninja and Shirtless Man. You say, picture this Jeff. All stealthy and shadowy, flinging stars like a maniacal rain of chaos. Then you've got Shirtless Man brawling with the might of 1,000 bare-chested warriors, glistening like a deranged disco ball. In the end, it's a clash of shadows versus six-packs. But remember, wild cards and madness always tip the scales. I love you.
Following Bob Art right now. He's a famous streamer from Italy. Okay. Cool.
A little harder to move lately.
Yeah, no problem. Damn. Gotta check what was up with that the sound for the follower starting goal.
Why am I alarming? That boulder punching asshole.
Boulder punching asshole.
Help manage HIV, the virus that causes AIDS, and allow people to live longer, healthier lives. Research is ongoing, exploring potential vaccines and other therapies. Prevention and early treatment are crucial in managing the disease spread. Stay informed and support scientific efforts.
And that was rude. Yeah, rude Joker. Alright, back. You sent a funny NES ROM? Let's see. Oh, you sent it directly. Okay. Fester's Quest, Hack. Fucker's Quest by Shit Dick. Where the hell's... Got a candle and a potion. And what the hell? Is there anything in this swamp I can get? It's just a giant swamp. Don't bother me now, Fester. I'm busy looking for ingredients, but if you see anything that may be of interest, come straight back here. Alright, so she just moved. For some reason. Hey, what's up, Daniel? Fester everyone in the balls for justice. I'll do it. No problem, Daniel. Working on guitar stuff while watching. Oh, awesome. That's cool. Oh no, this creature. Alright, wait. There's a bridge above. Doesn't seem right. Oh, I was gonna say, I thought you were writing music, but you're doing guitar, lots of guitar repairs. The only song I dislike is the crappy Metallica song on Mission Impossible 2. 90% of the song is yeah. Oh, so you could tell they didn't put any effort into that. Just give us the money, yeah. Oh shit, this plant's blocking the way. Oh cool, thanks Turnbuck. Oh, I think I actually know it then. If it says here I go now. Yeah. Hey, Skeeby. Nut. Please, the food, starving. Here you go. Have some of this Dr. Jibes.
Me and Hunter used to experiment with Viagra and play butthole tag with our winkies. No wonder that man is sauced off his dumpy.
Or winkies.
Potassium and fish droppings, my favorite. Fish droppings. Are you sure you don't want some? Not the wiener tag again. I only eat fish droppings with ketchup. Do you like some of these seeds? What? Here you go, if you get into a tight spot, just throw them around. They may just save your life one day. Now have some magical seeds. Best weapon. Exterminate your fucking birds. Come back anytime, I have plenty. Oh shit. I didn't see this bridge. Where the hell am I going now? Oh shit, what the fuck? Gomez. Fester, old man, just the hapless gopher I was looking for. Okay, what do you want me to do? Well, there is a gate not far from here, a gate which I believe is the only way into the mansion. Let me guess, the gate is locked and you want me to fight a horde of foul monsters. to get the key? Close, but we already have the key. Unfortunately, I tripped and dropped the key into this pool of clean, pure water, which is deadly to me, to we twisted and thoroughly spooky Addams. So you want me to risk my neck to find a way to retrieve the key while you stand there and do nothing? Well, I wouldn't say nothing exactly. I thought I might pop off for a round of golf, but you have the gist of it. Sounds fair enough to me. I'll be seeing you later then. MBTA include fines of 15,000 and up to 6 months in prison. Killing birds? It wouldn't be me you'd have to worry about for killing birds. Umbrin just made a great lunch. What kind of lunch are you having? Oh damn, where is this place? I haven't even been in this part of the game yet. Making a BLT. Two things of protein, yogurt, banana, and oats with brown sugar. Sounds healthy. Sort of, I guess. Ads starting soon. Alright, where the hell am I going? Where the hell did Gomez go? Oh shit, yeah. Just disappeared. Oh shit. Get away from me. What was that? Oh shit. I already forgot what Gomez said. Look for a key. Damn. Another enemy. Yeah, you know what? I'm taking all this health back. Wait, did he hit me even more? Okay. What was that new weapon I got? Okay. Seeds. Oh my god. What the fuck was that? It sucked. Lame ass. It's terrible. Leave my prisoner alone. Oh shit, Brady. What's up, Brady? Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Shout out for Brady.
But I feel like none of this would even be possible without Lord Diaz. Because he gave me advice. He gave me advice even though he didn't have to, but he did, and I am so grateful for him.
Holy moly. Checking in on who's streaming right now. Gaster. Alright. Whoa. Give them lurks. Couple of lurks here and there. Oh, Glitzy's on? What the? Second, I thought you were raiding out. Oh, not yet, but maybe in a little bit. Just want to find a new dungeon. Yeah, I just thought about lurking in some people's channels. I didn't realize a lot of people would be on it this time. But yeah, let me see what the hell. Where to go in this damn game that's taking forever. Already in my I don't know how many hours. I feel like 9 hours I've been playing this. Maybe 10 with the last stream I did playing this. I'll be back in a bit. Gonna go say hello to Gaster. Alright. No problem, Brady. Alright. Off to kill some fish people. hell's this button for? Oh, the prisoner? It better be the prisoner. Who was trapped in there? So some parts of this game are kind of cool. This part is pretty good. Hey, help me, please. My name is Jip. My name Jip. Thief and escape artist extraordinaire. Except I seem to be stuck. Very stuck. A bit embarrassing. If you help me get out of here, I'll help any way I can. Take this. It's a squirt-a gun? Except it ain't got water in it. Instead, it's filled with swamp juice. It's good at fending off nasties. And it ain't too bad at curing indigestion. Either. What the hell, that gun looks fucked up. I now have some swamp slime. You're free, fish man. Get out of there. This shit better be better than the fucking, well, magical seeds. Those are garbage. Let's see. Man, this is a whole nother area of the game. Freaking bananas. Oh, they kind of suck. Every weapon's so pretty much the same thing. God damn, you gotta be perfect. Accuracy. Oh, another switch. Might as well use this. Holy crap, more damn switches. Whoa, 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 whoa. They do nothing. Nothing. Useless switches. Yeah, for real, what was the point of those? Shit makes no sense. What am I missing here? What the hell? Some stairs.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Still playing this goddamn game.
Just hanging around.
New dungeon. Perfect timing. New dungeon found.
Floor tap send flibber flop snow quibble vex lump crinkle stomp. Jibble donk quazzle wibberwob flumperdoodle snizzle fritz gorp noggle blunder whip. Trizzle muff. Plinker dash. Frobble wink. Skittle wump quixel frat. Blorp nibble drumble flit. Whirly giggle. Splinter blocks.
What the hell is this? That's one of those weird clips I don't recognize. Day of the day. Oh yeah, Brady was here for a minute. He went to go say hi to Gaster right now. Moist Water Company, notice number 6. These sewers have been sanitized in the interests of public health and safety. None of this information's any help in this freaking game. Damn, a million switches in here too. Oh, you bastard. What? Wait. It took away a platform? That's pretty dumb. Is this a good portal? Nope. Oh, invincibility, shit. This is one of those games that can't even be properly called a game. Yeah, it seems like they forgot to actually make sense of it. Actually put it together. They're missing so many parts. What the hell is this? It's like work. I now have Clyde's Cookie Compendium. What the hell's that? Oh, don't tell me I needed this. For grandma to make better cookies. Damn it. I think that's what it is. What dungeon is this? Dungeon 5, okay, shit. I need Dungeon 5, Dungeon 2, And then Wednesday and Pugsley have a cave. That's another dungeon, I'm sure. Look at this mess of portals. I gotta test out all of them. Oh shit. What was that? What? Okay, fucking wild guess.
You're flying south for the wind. Come on back up now. You ready? Here we go. Pretty bird, sing it. We're a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a whole lot of this. Yes, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a whole lot of this.
Some clips are super loud. Could the Joker who removed the stone button from this switch please return it? From this switch. It did not come back. Joker who removed the rude Joker. Bring him back. Oh shit. Damn, something's missing. Again. Portals of the day. God damn, portals. Whoa, whoa. Oh, what? Oh. Oh, what? Okay, weird shit. Oh no, what the hell now? Oh, I knew it. Random as nothing portal. No, what the hell?
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Who knows?
Me?
Gotta fucking
Just
cross
hanging
this
around.
shit. Shit makes no sense.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
Clip of the day.
Time. Okay, so come on in. This is, of course, the mess we call creative engineering. One time, Michael Jackson came to visit us, and I was so embarrassed about the mess, and it was that I didn't bring him in here. I brought him to one of the shops that we had, another one of the shops we had that was all cleaned up, and he wasn't that entertained. I should have brought him over here and shown him our mess. In discussing creative engineering, I have to start at the beginning, which is
What? Oh shit. No, piece of shit skull. Oh, god damn it. Cursed game, yeah. There was nothing to do over here. What the fuck? Another pointless room. this the beginning? Oh shit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh shit. There's gonna be some mysterious switch that you can't even see. I guess it's all about this, but I don't get it. Where the hell do you find the stone from this switch? Do I have a stone? Slimming potion. Useless map. Can you tell me something about this? Oh man. There's a walkthrough with how many parts? Like probably 20 parts to the game. I gotta search for Addams Family Values Dungeon 5 bullshit puzzle. I found it. "20 parts, 20-minute game." Again, they solved the puzzle without doing anything. I didn't see him do shit. He didn't do shit. Presses the same switch I pressed. What? Let's use this one. Okay, there's a portal there. This is the last thing he did in the video. Presses that. He leaves through the portal. But what's different? Oh yeah, you can't go through those. Last time I did this bullshit, I just pressed the button a million times and it worked. Let's see. See if you can see the video and see what he does differently. Where did everything go wrong? He even started at the top one just like I did. Yeah, the same order I did everything. So, this is so dumb. Wait, what the fuck? He had an item? What? The book? Wait, what the fuck item did he grab? Oh, hell no, where did he get that? There's no way that fucking brick is in this same dungeon. He already had a brick with him, it looks like. Where the hell did that come from? He had to kill an enemy or something. That's the book. Can't be the same thing. He got this item way back before getting to this level. That's fucking insane. Oh man, nobody commented. Yeah, he's got it way before. Game of the day. Was it at least at the beginning of the video? That would make some sense. Okay, he walks this crazy ass path. Talks to somebody. Man, this is a lot of shit he did. I wish somebody would have commented, where the fuck is that brick? It's not in the... Oh, I just realized this is Ocean, the same company that made Full World, the game. No wonder it's a mess. They made a ton of movie-related games. So really, there's nothing in this level to do. It's dumb. Damn, I guess I gotta do them in order. I don't know. I didn't even do Dungeon 2. Holy crap. Who knows where that brick came from? Right, he's in front of a tree or some shit. What the fuck level is this? How did he get there? Damn, I don't even know how he got to this fucking area. Yeah, this is a game that needs to have the person doing the walkthrough actually narrate everything they're doing and shit. Even watching this, you can't figure it out. Like, where the fuck are you going? What? And he's already got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 skulls. Where the fuck is he getting all that? Here's the brick. cracked part of the wall. What? You could break walls? Oh. With what? With lurch? Prized bowling ball? That's what breaks walls down? That's so dumb. Damn. What a bunch of nonsense. Alright. Well, it looks like I gotta go all the way back. But, holy shit. I feel like I'm already lost anyways. Oh my god. The fuck, get away. This fucking switch that does nothing. Holy shit. Man, how easily you can just die with these, these stupid enemies. A bitch. Oh no, what the fuck? They actually pushed me back. Good time to use one of these lame ass weapons or invincibility cookie. Oh shit, I didn't even select it. Or I did? Shit, can't even tell. Ugh, son of a bitch. Whoa, fucking this squid actually chases you like crazy. Oh, has this game been fun or bullshit? It's a little of both, but mostly bullshit. It's like it's really close to being good, but they fuck it up so much. They make all the wrong moves. Making puzzles that are impossible to solve. This crappy lightning. Enemies that know how to attack your ass really well. think the company that made it, they did this on purpose. Like they almost had a good game, and they're like, nah, let's not do it. Let's keep our track record of making shitty games. We were saying how this actually turned out to be pretty much a sequel or something to Fester's Quest on the NES. Fester having to hit enemies like 100 times with his shitty weapon. These are even worse. These other pieces of crap you get. And he ends up fighting aliens for some reason. Stuff that I don't think ever came out in the show. There was never a bunch of aliens. The show, the movies, nothing. Yeah, the maps are super confusing. I'd say music is cool, graphics are good. Everything looks pretty cool, right? But man, it is pretty pretty bad. Pretty much torture playing. Whoops. Shit. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm already fucking confused again where the hell to go on this. This gigantic fucking weird world. Another dead end. It would be better just to start back somewhere further. But look at that. That looks fucking badass. The artist put in some work. Got some cool devils on a grave. Favorite part? is that it has nothing to do with the movie. So many annoying ass enemies that you gotta hit perfectly. Why the hell? Why can't that one get out of that stupid spot? Oh my god, finally. Fucker. Holy crap, look at that shit. Speedy little fucking quick enemies. That's more bullshit. That guy's just in front of the stairs. No way to escape him. Dude, is it up here? Can't be up there. I remember coming from over here, but I don't know exactly where. Oh, hey Brady, welcome back. Yeah, I don't know which weapon's worse. Gotta use something on this. Oh shit. Whoa. So easy to miss with these any of your dumb weapons. Oh man. So I gotta find Lurch, I guess. I don't even know. Oh shit, ads are in progress already. Looks like I'm almost out of this stupid area. Am I? I don't know. Shit. Probably not. Still here, just lurking. Oh shit, no, this is... Thought I was in a different part. Oh no, Ugh. Holy shit, the fuck? Oh man. Where else can you go with the hell? Shit is not right. Oh, bastard. Well, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to figure out looking at the walkthrough later. I'll try again tomorrow, maybe. But I will have to save state again. Save state. Alright. Good enough. But yeah, if you guys don't mind sticking around for the raid, hopefully a bunch of the people I saw are still on. Yeah, it looks good. I'll just pick. Let's see. Let's go see Blitzy. She's probably gonna stay on for a good while. Alright, in 10 seconds. Thanks, everybody.
Bodies of the characters are being poured. Latex molds are made of their bodies. Add stuffing and a fuzzy little covering, and you have
Thanks,
one member of
Tap.
the Rockafire explosion.
Umbren, Brady.
My favorite
Barf.
Rockafire character, hands down, has to be Fats Geronimo for a lot of
Let's
reasons. First of all,
read
Fats
out.
is just so much personality. He's kind of a big, scary guy when you first look at him, but he's got so much facial expression, and he can actually bob his head side to side like this, and